There is no going to be had now. Only retreat or surrender or death. That's an easy choice for us. Never retreat. Never surrender.
The media's hard don't like who they the FCC and utilize advanced technology to make a murderous army follow me. Arch enemy of the police state, they cannot stand TRUTH. Intellectual cowards run away from debates. They built an industry on unadulterated hate. Illuminati can't buy me or play me. I am not your Kanye West or Jay-Z. The Rockefellers get vigorous kicks from killing crackers, wetbacks, wops, niggas, and spics. Only an invalid don't understand why y'all insulted. Naming their record labels after motherfucking vultures. Cultures are created by monsters with the intent to incarcerate you, get you divided and conquered. I want you all to remember, your representatives are pathological liars, nothing short of insane. Complicit in the murder of millions, and I'm sorry that's still their agenda. They're talking to you so tender, but with utter content, cause they need your consent to get you on the train. As long as you're oblivious to this, you agree to surrender.
We 35% interest on that fucking card. You know, my time growing up in Brooklyn, you'd have been doing 10 years in fucking Leavenworth for fucking usury. 10 years of fucking usury. That's fucking shylocking. These fucking credit card companies are shylocking today. How the fuck they get away with it?
Usury has been condemned by the wise as a treasonous crime despised since the beginning of time. Money changes are bloody, dangerous, and forbidden by God. Jesus Christ flipped over their tables and hit them with rods. Mere talk leads to poverty, forced labor and sodomy, predicated on grand theft, larceny, and robbery. Police enforce corporate policy, unsavory. A people unarmed is the definition of slavery. Peace officers used to be neighborly, but their bravery has been replaced with savagery and depravity. Cause they're owned by the corporate plutocracy. Their only job description is protecting private property. That don't mean you're home, cause you're home you don't own. They issued you a jacket and convinced you that you would safe without it. You belong to the state, think about it. I want you all to remember, your representatives are pathological liars, nothing short of insane. Complicit in the murder of millions, and I'm sorry that's still their agenda. They're talking to you so tender, but with utter content, cause they need your consent to get you on the train. That's the intent. As long as you're oblivious to this, you agree to surrender.
This ain't the land of the fucking free. This is the land of the fucking suckers and fucking chumps. I mean, come on, give me a break.
Good evening, everybody. Spinning wheels, you know. Who do I got in the audience? Let's take a look-see. Nobody that I can see right now. I got 3 people watching, though. Good to see you guys, if you're listening. Ryan should be over. Oh, and Mr. Anus. Hey, Jim. How are we doing tonight? I wanted to go over Peter. What's his name again? Markley, that's his name. I'll do that later, but I want to do a little review over how big the Earth really is with actual measurements and navigation that we've done. It's a flat water video I want to go over. I think I'll start on that now. Ryan should be here shortly. We should have a monster in the house. He seems to be a little busy right now. And it's a Friday night, so everybody else is busy, I'm supposing. And, Vlad's over there if you guys want to go hang out with Vlad's for a while. He's doing a review on, I think, SpaceX. Is what it looks like. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start this aesthetic thing because, you know, I'm a aesthetic kind of guy, I guess. They did a lot of research into it before I got here, so. I'll get a hold of Brian here in a minute. I gotta go do my rituals every day. Let's see, how big is the Earth? Well, we're fixing to find out what flat water actually did with his research. And probably a lot to do with the Zetetic Society, too, on top of that.
Chapter 4. The True Form and Magnitude of the Earth. The facts and experiments already advanced render it undeniable that the surface of all the waters of the Earth is horizontal, and that, however irregular the upper outline of the land itself may be, the whole mass, land and water together, constitutes an immense, non-moving circular plane.
Good evening, Ryan. How are we doing today?
Hello.
You look like you're outside. Working on, oh, you were stacking wood most of the day. You're probably tired by now, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty burned out.
Way to spend your Friday afternoon.
Yep, I love it.
What's in the jar? What's in the jar?
Weed,
Oh, damn it. How would I guess?
drug, well, what else would it
Well, it could be a lot of things, dude. Not just
Right.
weed.
be? It's not pickles.
I got to watch a debate with I told you about it, right?
Get to?
Yeah. That was
Oh,
fun.
boy. Sounds exciting. Nah.
Yeah.
It's boring. Rating is fucking boring as fuck, dude. It really is. Boring.
I got to see a lot of holes in the cosmology that they present, especially with PH Tony when he's doing his arguments, making references to things and his proofs. Yeah, PhD Tony.
PH for the D.
Yeah. I want to dig through that debate and I want to pull it apart, like his proofs he has for the radius. I'm absolutely positive they use terrestrial refraction to determine the radius of the Earth, and that's what he's making reference to a lot of the times. And by the way, there's an anus in the audience. He used to say hi to him. Yeah, that anus. And I want to take a look at Flat Earth, the cult. Right now,
there's
it's cult. Yeah. Oh, this is Peter Markley saying we're a cult.
Nice. I like cult. Let's join one.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
reviewing.
Find out which one's the best first.
Find out which ones of the cults are the best. Who's got the best perks?
Which one's the best first?
Where you go, where you die. What's the best?
You're joining any old cult now.
Oh, why not?
The right cult.
We already got a cult leader, I understand.
Right time is the right time. You seen that book? No, obviously not. Adam Family.
I belong to the right cult myself.
Cool.
I belong to the cult of Roger, whatever that is.
I'm trying to get laid. There's this hot girl over there. Oh, okay. Fuck this other stuff sucks.
So the cult that promises you women after
Right.
you die would be the best cult. You know, you
No,
have
no,
72
no.
virgins.
Right. We ain't falling for that bullshit again. Nope. Not again.
You know-
Nope. We didn't do that in our past life. We ain't falling for that shit again. Nope. We get the verses before we die, not after.
Oh man, come on! I wanted to get mine after. I wanted to make sure I wasn't alive when it happened.
Yeah, really. Sure you went alive. Oh boy, here comes
No,
the rain again.
Oh, it's raining. Huh.
Oh, the
Nice.
rain.
I've been out, but I haven't seen the rain today. Just fall on your head like a melody. Yeah. Do you feel like you're 17 again? Well, that's a great song. If I play that, I'll get a mark for it or a hit or whatever you call it. So have you ever watched the Zetetic
Nope.
Radius of the Earth? Huh. It's pretty
Never done.
cool. It's kind of boring probably to you, but
Bullshit.
how big is the Earth is the question. How
Oh,
big do
big
you
is-
think the Earth is?
How big is it? Who fucking cares?
I don't know.
Why do
Well, the thing is that they tell you it's a certain size.
all the things that we could be figuring out, why would that be the most important one? That's my question.
Well, you live on it. You want to know how big it is, right?
Really? I mean, I'm not a woman. I don't need to know how big it is.
You're a funny man.
I really don't give a fuck how big it is. I mean, it's a dick, right? Everybody's got one, so what the fuck do I care?
So the Earth is now a dick. Yeah.
No, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get your logic. I wanted to see what Flatwater has to say about it, so I'm gonna play this little video right quick. Finish the rest of it. Let's see. It's 19 minutes long. Not too big. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good. All right, I'm gonna play it.
So
Tell it to quit raining.
I can't. It doesn't listen.
If we travel by land or sea, from any part of the
You get
Earth
that
in the
power.
direction of any meridian line, and towards the northern central star called Polaris, we come to one and the same place, a region of ice, where the star which has been our guide is directly above us, or vertical to our position. This region is really
planetary.
the center of the Earth, and recent observations seem to prove that it is a vast central
have somebody
tidal
else in the
sea,
audience.
nearly
Yeah.
1,000 miles in diameter,
KB.
and surrounded by a great wall 80 to 100 miles in breadth. If from this central region we trace the outline of the lands which project or radiate from it, and the surface of which is above the water, we find that the present form of the earth, or dry land, as distinguished from the waters of the great deep, is an irregular mass of capes, bays, and islands, terminating in great bluffs or headlands, projecting principally towards the south, or
Shut
at
up and
least
see
in a
anything
direction away
you
from
wanna
the
talk
great
about
northern
here.
center. If we now sail with our backs continually to this central star, Polaris, or the center of the Earth's surface, we shall arrive at another region of ice. Upon whatever meridian we sail, keeping the northern center behind us, we are checked in our progress by vast and lofty cliffs of ice. If we turn to the right or to the left of our meridian, these icy barriers beset us during the whole of our passage. Hence we have found that there is a great ebbing and flowing sea at the Earth's center, with a boundary wall.
It sounds like an ice wall, doesn't it? I would say so. There's a lot, not evidence, but there's a lot of experiences with these things. Either
An ice
direction you go in, right? An ice wall, yeah. Which I think there possibly could be a very well an ice wall outside of the sun's circuit. So that's what I'm going with my head. Just
I think it's more like an ice shelf.
logical. Shelf, wall, whatever. Shelfy walls, walls with shelves.
Walls with shelves.
Yeah. I think
Shelfy
there's
wall.
4 gates. Northeast and west and south. There's gates that proceed into the Arctic shelf or the Antarctic shelf. So far, that would be the physics of it. That it probably causes a lot of weather too. It's probably responsible for storms, stuff like that. I'm sure magnetics and electricity have a lot to do with how it stays the way it is. And it's probably caused by like the friction of like the sun and the moon actually going through the atmosphere around our little spot here in the hole. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Wall of ice nearly 100 miles in thickness and 3,000 miles in circumference, that springing or projecting from this icy wall, irregular masses of land stretch out towards the south, where a desolate waste of turbulent waters surrounds the continents, and is itself engirdled by vast belts and packs of ice, bounded by immense frozen barriers, the lateral depth and extent of which are utterly unknown.
Unknown, he said. You hear that? Completely unknown. I don't think we can explore underneath them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can only go so far with it.
Right.
The Earth's surface is represented by the diagram, figure 54, and a sectional view in figure 55. I,
What's that mean?
the circular wall or barrier of ice. L, the masses of
So he's basically showing a depiction of an ice wall around the northern pole. There are explored parts of the ocean up there that actually do have giant patches of ice in it. I see them. I saw one yesterday. Actually, they were rescuing a polar bear up there. Actually, they're going through an ice barrier between them and the inlands. It's probably so.
of land tending southwards. W, the waters of the great deep surrounding the land. S, the southern boundary of ice. And D, the outer gloom and darkness in which the material world is lost to human perception. How far the ice extends, how it terminates,
I love the deep voice.
and what exists beyond it are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness.
See,
The superficial
with the narrator, they're actually quoting people who've actually explored this area. So
Is that so?
yeah, these are from the expeditions that Clark and a couple other people. These are like quotes read from. They were
Clark.
down there exploring around. Who?
Clark.
Yeah,
Clark.
James, not
Clark.
James Ross Clark. I call him Clark by his Christian name because
Rusty.
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 Rusty
No,
Clark.
Rusty. Clark is Rusty.
Griswold. Okay.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna get me a Christmas tree and put it on the ice shelf somewhere in the West and
You get your Christmas
have
tree.
Christmas there year round. Make it Christmas land. We call me Santa Claus. I'll get Matthew Eastman to dress up and hand out gifts to people once a year.
Sounds like lots of fun.
Oh, we'll get the high tech gifts, dude. We'll develop it. And I wore a specific shirt for you tonight, Brian.
You wore a specific shirt for
Yeah.
me? Why did you do that?
Just for you. I was thinking about Eddie Banjo.
Okay, man. Why?
Well, I
Why
thought
would
you. Well, I got one of his shirts, and I'm like, well, I'd dress up nice tonight for the show, so I threw on a shirt.
Oh,
I guess I'm part of a cult. One that likes to deal with logic and reason.
yeah. Why not? I don't know. Why not?
I mean, if I'm going to be called a cult member, I'm going to dress the part, dude.
Might as well. Huh? Better.
So, what are you working on, anyways? Wow, I've got the pause on.
Computer. Scrubbing all the
Huh?
crap off the computer to see if I can use it. The sunken computer that I got, the one that it's all.
I can't see it from this camera angle. You're on your phone, aren't you?
So I could show it to you, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, damn it, man. Don't the audience want to see it? We only have 2 people watching, dude. Or it is.
Well, then I'm
We're kind of boring the hell out of people tonight.
It's all covered with.
No, the one you found. Okay, I know which one you're talking about.
Like literally
Yeah,
all covered with. Got fucking barnacles and shit all over it.
Nice.
A lot of the metal is like eroded. Like where the barnacles climb on, they actually eat through the metal. They can eat aluminum.
Yeah.
Did you know that barnacles can eat aluminum? I didn't fucking know that.
You didn't?
Eat aluminum. I was like, what the
Why do you
fuck?
think they make ships out of wood and steel, dude? They don't make them out of aluminum. Too soft.
Yeah, so you do make them out of aluminum. So I know lots of bat boats out of aluminum.
Yeah.
But that's
I think barnacles have like an acid type kind of saliva. That's why they survive so long. They can eat all kinds of crap. Yeah. They're like a living stomach almost. Oh, we got 5 people watching now. Ooh. Let's say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
We got KB Tools. I think they're telling me the wrong amount of people that are watching, or there's people that aren't in the chat that are watching.
Imagine that. How dare them lie to us like that?
We got KB. It said, anytime y'all want to join a panel debate, go on. I don't know.
Go on.
I don't. He's got a blank tag. Go on the FG. I don't know what he's spelling out there. I don't want to say it out loud. What I'm thinking on TikTok, they have Caleb on there. Oh, okay, and Weiss and Nathan, etc. It's a blast.
Caleb, Weiss, and Nathan. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, they're go on their TikTok channels. They got debate channels.
Yeah, I know what they do on TikTok. I usually go over there and watch them all the time. But you act like I don't know nothing there.
I'm not. I'm just reading the chat, dude. That's all I'm doing.
I see you're not your fault. Someone else's.
I'm reading the chat.
What are you reading?
That's KB Tools. It's his chat. He said it, not me.
He said it, not you.
Yeah, you can read it for yourself. It's in there. I gotta open it up. We'll see. I'll put it on screen for you. And he's commenting about the Nathan Thomas things, and he's a friend of his. He knows Nathan. Hey, you know him too, right? Yeah.
Yep. I know him quite well. And he and I were good friends until he tried to sell me some fucking flat earth shit for $100.
I don't sell flat earth shit to anybody, dude. I'm not in flat earth.
And then the first part was somebody gave it to me like a fucking week later. Someone gave it to me for free. So, fuck it.
Hey, baby, I watched that debate tonight they had on with Markley and PhD Tony, and they had Angel on there, and what's the other guy, Nathan Thompson or whatever his name is? I'll never.
That was his little boyfriend. What?
Huh?
I mean, we're buddies. We're buddies. That's how I met with it. Was for him.
We tore apart the PhD Tony's argument a long time ago on flat earth debates with this terrestrial refraction crap. He tried to throw that at one of the people. I'm pretty sure of it. We were prepared for it. They just go on how light refracts at distance. It's the line of sight or your sight reduction. That's how they make the sight reduction tables for your atlases. It's just as far as the light goes. They claim that's Earth curve. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a physical thing. It's all optical. And he was even screaming that tonight, still saying it's a globe. It's a globe. Like, all right.
Optical. It's an optical globe.
Yeah.
Fucking moron.
Oh, Jeff Conkle and Flatsoid are live in the chat and Element right now.
Element.
Cool. Yeah, they're on Element.
All right.
They had a live debate, KB. They did one on tonight. I watched it. I put a super chat or two in there for them. I just pointed it out, and Nathan and Angel were like giving me a thumbs up and smiles because I was like bringing up pitch data and stuff in my, and I even made a little slight toward Markley. He got it. You can see the look on his face, like, oh yeah, you're from the flat cult.
They always get away, fucking little pricks. Fucking hate that.
They're fighting for a fantasy, KB, man.
They
don't want to live here. Flatsoid's here? Hey, Flats is here. Let's see. Say hi to Flatsoid. Let's see if he's in the chat. I hear hi, Flatsoid. Huh. I don't see Flats in the chat yet. Yeah, now you're laughing. KB's high flatsoid. He's not here. No, flatsoid isn't here. Heck yeah, bro.
Yeah.
No, Flats is on Element. He's sitting there talking right now with the Conkle. I think they're catching up with each other. I think. I don't know why I got Element, man. I was doing just fine with the what do you call it? Discord. I had no problems with that.
There's nothing wrong with it. So, what are you talking about? Why would there anything be wrong with it?
No, he's not watching us on Element. He's just he's in the chat right now. That's no problem. He was mistaken what I said. What is that? That's the wheel on the scooter I'm looking at?
Yeah, it's ain't a wheel. It still turns, barely.
Yeah.
Shit, right?
Did you get that thing working? I bet.
No, I didn't get it working. I'm just trying to clean it
I
off.
said you. I said you could get it working. I didn't say.
Yeah, I could. I mean, the framework is fine. I just have to put a new motor and stuff in it, but sure, I can make it work.
Is it one of those? Is it one of those pay scooters that you get?
Yeah, it's one of those that you scan your card or whatever. That you scan the barcode and then you pay for it online and it sends the message to it. But it's been in the water for a long time. I'm sure it's not being tracked anymore.
Yeah, when they came out with those pay things, man, I got friends back east that were just going around collecting them and rigging them up so they could run them. Like, you ain't got to pay for shit.
I didn't have to steal it. I got it out of the river. And as far as I'm concerned, it's mine now. You know, they didn't claim the motherfucker, so I did.
Nice.
So if they want their shit back, they can come get it. Fucking bastard. Come get the motherfucker.
I'm going to take you off the screen and play the rest of this little documentary that Flatwater. But he is dull. Don't get me wrong. It's dry because he's basically going through satanic cosmology for the most part.
He's full of shit.
He's not full of shit. What does that mean? Because you're pointing just the actual observations and facts makes them boring. But you got to spice it up with a little rock and roll music. Get the dancing girls out. Oh, we hear guys. I'm living in a material world.
Yeah.
I never understood that materialistic philosophy, but the idea that you're in a material world, yeah, that's a fact. The world is a solid, tangible place. I don't know how you make that into a philosophy. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, but they do. Yeah, we got 2 more people just come in.
Hi, 2 new people.
I don't see them in the chat though. They're just probably watching. Yeah, I gaining watchers though. Okay, KB's leaving. All right, see you later, dude.
Okay.
He says he's coming back. He's stepping out. He's got something to do. To see Fari? Well, no kidding. If you can't get to the end of it, we'll explore it, and that's what I want to do. I would love to be an explorer. Dude. Would you not love to be an explorer? Think about it.
No, not really. Freeze my fucking ass off. No, I'm good.
No, you don't. Not everything's frozen, dude. You think everybody's frozen?
Everything's fucking frozen. Trust me.
Everything is frozen.
It's gonna be frozen, dude.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive. I think fucking Bird lied. I think fucking lied his ass off.
Well, no. After Bird, they sent out another naval operation, and they sent out a couple of them, and it was actually sponsored by the Jesuits. Actually, they were the ones.
What happened with nothing, right?
No, they went. Go read Land Beyond the Poles.
They didn't share it with us. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah, they said they're protecting their interest. That's
like
really
what's
what it is.
That?
Oh, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of resources in Brother Continents out that they just mine when they need them, supply their armies and stuff. Yeah,
that's why we're always out of stuff, right?
We're not us. I'm talking about the militaries and the governments. They always have resources. You notice that? Like they got endless supply. They don't run out of stuff.
Of course not.
Huh. They're the ones in control. We ain't.
The ones that got all the toilet paper.
Well, I don't need toilet. I'm talking like gold, platinum, silver.
Who cares about that shit? In the end of the world, no one's gonna give a fuck about platinum and silver. They're gonna be like, "Fuck you! I want food." Give a fuck about your gold.
That's why they got us here, so we can grow their food for them. We can make it for them, serve them, make their clothes, make sure their babies get diapers, and somebody's there to take care of the rich kids in the world. They
I
have
do have
private
a
institutions.
motor thing. It actually fits on here too. It's exactly the same fucking wheel that's on here. Exactly the same motor, same company, and everything.
You know, the devil says, you know, supply and demand
I
don't
know
go
I
hand
don't.
in hand. Yeah.
He's not my buddy.
Yeah. Oh, they only handed out. What the heck are you doing, dude? All right, I'm gonna go back to the little rockumentary. Or should we take a look at Flat Earth Cult? You want to watch that? But we can review a little bit of Peter Markley right quick. How about that? I think that'd be fun. He said he can debunk flat earthers. That's what his channel is all about now. So he's declared war on flat Earth. He's declaring war on the Earth. Let him do it. But I was looking at some of his videos, and he's made his own little heliocentric model of his own in his own backyard, and he based it all on the analemma to prove because of the Earth's tilt. I don't see that happening, but in reality, the analemma actually references a further path for the sun in the south. It has nothing to do with the tilt. The tilt doesn't do that. You have to follow the circuit. Let's take a look at Peter Markley for a minute. You ready to listen to this guy's voice? Flat Earth is a cult. Yeah, we got him on screen. Hit the play button.
As I learn about flat earthers, I also learn how naive I've been. I'm starting to really understand that modern flat earth belief has features of a dangerous cult. No, it doesn't have a centralized authority, or any formal structure at all, really. However, it often does claim false divinity, imprison the mind, villainize outsiders, and separate families. I want to focus especially on that first one.
So, have you seen that any in the flat Earth stuff? Does it villainize people? Does it separate families? I've seen people get in fights and get divorced over it because some people are way too overzealous about what they know versus what they believe. But I don't think that makes it a cult. It's just information in itself.
False divinity, because that's at once both the source of the problem
Who do we got knocking at my
its
door?
most evil
it's Ryan.
consequence. So how does Flat Earth claim false divinity?
Hey, Ryan.
This is subtle, so pay close attention. It starts with one big assumption that even Wikipedia makes, that ancient people held this belief.
What are you saying, sir?
Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up, shut up. Okay. I wasn't talking. Get back to work.
Fucking punk.
He is a punk, yeah. No doubt about it.
Could it be there's an ancient philosophy that's infiltrating?
Here's how I explained this in a debate recently.
Flat Earthers say their belief is the default, similar to ancient cultures, and that belief in a globe is the anomaly. This is a lie because of one simple question of cosmology. Where does the sun go at night?
Bum, bum, bum. That's what it's all about, where the sun goes at night. All right. That's his debunk, dude. Man. He's tearing us up, man. That's the sun, where does it go at night?
In general, ancient cultures believed it either went under the earth or outside the firmament to somewhere unknown. This means they assumed the whole world had one universal time of day or night. In the age of time zones, modern flat earthers try to resurrect flat Earth by saying that at night the sun gets too far away to see. As we'll soon see, this claim not only separates their model from ancient ones, but also violates basic observations. Back to a 19th century misfit named Samuel Rowbotham, and for that reason I call
He was a misfit. No, dude, he was hated because he went against the modern cosmology.
No.
it Robothamism. In fact, I did my best to survey ancient cultures all over the world. I found only a small handful of isolated scraps that could be twisted to support Robothamism, and otherwise a landslide.
I like his
against it.
evidence there.
You can
Scraps.
see how this preys on common
Marsh.
ignorance of history.
I'll be honest with you. I've never heard of a model of our ancestors saying that the sun physically went below the sea level. I've never actually heard
Caleb's
that.
right.
This is the first time I've ever heard anybody ever suggest that any ancient culture that the sun went under the earth.
It was just the Egyptians, dude. They thought that the god of the day went under the earth and went to the underworld. It's insane, but yeah, that's about the only culture I've ever seen say that. I think he's trying to tie everything. He wants to go back to Egypt, kind of thing.
This form of flat earth belief is really not ancient at all, but that one false equivalence is often the key to the entire argument. It allows them to take their novel robothemist view and rebrand it as biblical cosmology. With religious people, they can now funnel the conversation into territory where their script is well rehearsed and where they have the illusion of fairness and virtue.
I thought we were going to have a biblical cosmology debate because we're both Christians. I'm the only one that brought up scriptures.
If the argument proceeds on these terms,
and he's the only one that brought up scriptures, he's right. I never heard Markley quote any scriptures when it comes to biblical cosmology.
Never did.
I know, but he claims to be a Christian and he's going on it. But he studied the Copernican model, and that's all he ever really studied. And he studied a couple of Egyptian texts about where the sun goes. And I think he picked up Enoch and saw that the sun went through a portal. And I don't think this actually even says that in Enoch. I don't think the sun goes through any portals. I'm going to say no to that. No. He thinks it rains moons too.
Then they basically end up with a counterfeit endorsement from God himself.
The Hebrew cosmology's been around since Moses. God spoke directly to Moses.
No matter what your beliefs are, I hope at this point you can see how incredibly dangerous this is. There are...
Hold on. I'm getting dangerous. How dangerous is it? It's dangerous, man. You don't get to go to class and paint styrofoam balls and make your own little solar system. Build your own little world in your own mind. Your own solar system. And then you can work on the universe after that. You can come up with all kinds of galaxies and plasmatic gases and star incubators where planets are born. Stars get reborn again, become bigger gas giants.
Incubators, huh? Alien incubators.
And make their own giant incubator of the universe. Horseshit.
Many disagreements between Christians that stay fairly peaceful, because if both parties are being genuine, then it's easy to see how diversity of interpretation plays a role. But when a flat earther refuses to separate their view from scripture,
it's plain English, dude. They say the sun goes in a circuit. It's not an interpretation. Like,
motherfucker.
I know. But look at it.
Set it down here where they could be getting me shot now. Asshole.
I want to do a comparison right quick. Check this out. Compare see what he looks like there. You saw what he looked like, right? Now look at him on modern day debates. Now he's putting money into the way he looks. It's kind of funny. Let's see how good the modern day debates. Pull up the live. All right. Give me this a second. Well, I'm going to compare him to what he looked like today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You should listen to him, too.
Why would I want to do that?
Oh, you want to see him. He's a nice kid.
What?
I'm telling you. Oh, Peter Markley. Oh, yeah, by the way, if you haven't subscribed to Modern Day Debates, if you like debates, click on it. They're spot on.
Not really. But okay.
No. Well, I'm plugging them, man. Hopefully they'll plug our channel too. Maybe I can get some of that algorithmic love, whatever they call that.
I doubt it highly. I know how those boys work. I was talking about doing the same thing they were doing before they did it. They're one of the fucking assholes that stole my fucking idea. But anyway.
I hear. Now, do you see Mr. Markley here?
An idea I had, but it's not like nobody stole it. Anybody could have took it at any time.
Well, they got more resources than you got, sir. You're not going to be
Well,
able to start a debate channel right off
Well,
the top of the cuff.
I'd have to work it from the ground up.
Let's hear what you got to say right here.
Do we have to?
Just say, oh no, why not? It's going to be fun.
Is it?
We're learning about our own cult and everything. So these are the guys that are trying to stomp the cult out, as it is. We're out there practicing cult-like things in the middle of the night, doing things that, are only deemed as cult-like. I don't know. He's the one that's throwing the labels around. I didn't say, oh yeah, Peter Markley, you're an.
He better not come down my street.
No, you're going.
Fucking blow all you want to
Google flat Earth and find out information about this. You need to find quality sources. I would download.
All right, so let's skip through it a little bit. We're going through radius calculators, curve calculators. Might as well go to the end when they're getting uncomfortable with people are sending them super chats. When they're reading them out. Angel did a good job. Yeah.
How do you get uncomfortable with a super chat?
Well, for Angel's first, I think it's his first group debate on here. He did pretty good. He got he was the less popular in the vote because they have those votes where who did the best, So Angel was bottom. Your friend there, Nathan, was at the midway, and then you got Peter and Baldy there. Oh yeah, Conspiracy Cats was in the chat talking to me. It was fun. I didn't know he was around still. He told me he'll email me, and I'm like, email me what? I went through my emails. I couldn't find an email. I don't know where he got my email from either.
Anyway, Jiffy Jiff Wolf, for both sides, explain tides on your model.
Yeah, we're in the.
How do you explain
he's really low.
Yeah, how do you explain the high tide on the other side of the Earth-Ring, you mean?
It's
because because the gravitational attraction there is weaker, so not as much mass is pulled away. It's a well-known feature of the gradient of the gravitational field. Oh, yeah. So also I will point out that there are not only tides in water, but there are tides in the atmosphere, and there are tides.
There's no tides in lakes,
so
large
whatever,
lakes.
Whatever explanation you're about to proffer for that, you need to explain both of those tides.
It's a non sequitur to the shape of the Earth. Let's keep going.
Oh, well, they do.
Yeah, but I can explain tides, Nathan.
The speakers on the panel.
Why skip over?
Somebody just spent money to ask a super chat, Nathan.
Well,
we haven't been.
1 second. So let's go ahead, Angel, if you want to answer.
You see what I'm saying?
Been to the North
like
Pole,
Nathan could address a lot
there
more things when those questions are asked. They're actually demonstratable processes that go with tides. It has nothing to do with gravitational pull. Come on, Nathan. Pick up the pace, man.
It's like the Mercator map described a vortex in the north that causes tides. So.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have anything to add there, Peter?
And Angel kind of dropped the ball.
No,
here.
go ahead.
You can't generalize just a
so
quick.
Let's carry into the next one. Randomly epic. I'm not sure if this is a compliment or an insult. It says, Nathan wears Skechers. I bet Tony wears New Balance. I don't know shoes, so sorry, Randomly Epic. Maybe that one falls flat. But let's carry into it. I'm curious if there are any pilots, ship captains, or any college degree
holders Alan, how you doing
in physics
tonight?
Or science that would agree or side with flat earthers. No, all right, not ready for that one. No, not feeling it. All right. Chase Hatchet says, curious if flurfers know what surface tension is. So
yeah, I know what surface tension is. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth either.
Surface tension is not Earth curvature. Angel, you got anything to add, or we're moving on?
No, I'm well.
Great, thank you.
All right, Moonchild 17.
That wasn't an answer to the question.
All right, well, we'll let
no,
that
he's hoping he can squeeze that surface tension in there.
Moonchild says, Nathan, how exactly do electrodynamic tethers make satellites work, and what is on the other end of the tethers?
I don't know. I don't make the tethers, but you can Google electrodynamic tethers. They use electrostatic potential in the air. It's the same.
Now, Ryan, that's right up your alley, right? You like that idea? You hear what he's talking about? Are you still here? Cookie. Well, I know you think that they do tether things to the dome. That's pretty much what they're saying. That's a speculation though. Don't know if they actually do or they don't. I think Cookie went to
Thing that
sleep.
spiders do when they balloon, they release a little bit of their web, and then they harness electrostatic potential or the ether that's in the air. Could give us free energy, but they want you at the pump every 3 days. They want you paying an electric bill every 30 days, and these guys want to carry water for the man. Next question.
All right, you got it. And once again, I'll just say thank you to everybody for your super chats. We do appreciate the support for the channel.
He wants the spotlight. He's going to get it.
We do try to say keep it as friendly as you can, but yeah, unless it's actual hate speech, we do read pretty much everything. So Ryan Hesterman says, just curious why the sad man can whine about people saying things about him, yet he called MC2 names. Why is that okay, flatmate? Yeah, want to carry on. Not too much to engage with there. So you guys get how this is going to go. Nathan's not
Mr. Ryan?
entertaining your fire, if you will. Gravity says, island guy seen curvature.
Hey, you're back. Did you hear what I asked? Yeah. He was talking about tethering, how NASA's tethering things.
Yeah, they must be tethering it to something, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
That's nothing. There ain't no bullshit. That's fucking horse shit. You know, electrostatic my fucking ass. You're talking about what? You just get a long enough cable and it'll just fucking hang in the air? Bullshit. Get the fuck out here with that shit. The fuck did you get that from? A cartoon fucking movie or something? Fucking idiot.
Oh no, that was Nathan.
Electrostatic electricity. Bullshit. Fucking made up shit. You know it. It's like ether. It's the same old shit, bro. Just make up some more shit to make it sound smart. In the meantime,
that was Nathan.
They know it's not fucking real.
Yeah, I'll play it for you again. Check this out. It's nice little Nathan Thompson going into ether and tethering and stuff. Yeah.
I don't know where he's going with
that.
Falls
flat. I don't know if that's a haha, but let's carry
That's what he said.
Roke says, I'm curious if there are any pilots, ship captains, or any college degree holders in physics or science that would agree or side with flat earthers.
Okay, listen to what he says.
All right,
coming up.
Not ready for that one? No, not feeling it. All right. Chase Hatchet says, curious if flurfers know what surface tension is. So
do we know what surface tension is? What is surface tension?
Yeah, we'll take a moment. Surface tension, it's not earth curvature. Angel, you got anything to add, or are we moving on?
No, I'm good.
Great. Thank you.
Now watch what Tony does.
That wasn't an answer to the question.
That wasn't an answer to the question.
Right. Well, we'll let that play out in the sphere of the public eye.
Surface tension makes my globe.
Says, Nathan, how exactly do electrodynamic tethers make satellites work? And what is on the other end of the tethers?
I don't know. I don't make the tethers, but you can Google electrodynamic tethers. They use electrostatic potential in the air. It's the same thing that spiders do when they balloon. They release a little bit of their web, and then they harness electrostatic potential or the ether that's in the air. Could give us free energy, but they want you at the pump every 3 days. They want you paying electric bill.
He's saying ether is what's holding up the satellites, dude. Yeah.
There you go. Bullshit. We all know that's bullshit. Tell me another fucking lie, dude. Tell me some more bullshit, dude. I don't fucking, that I don't need anyone else to fucking to tell me that it's fucking bullshit. Come on. Get out of here. Shit. Where did you get that?
Maybe you should DM Nathan and ask him. Like, hey Nathan, where'd you get that one from?
Fucking with that dumbass. He'll just get all fucking offended and run like a bitch. He always does.
Yeah.
Like anytime I've ever gotten on his case or told him he was wrong, he always leaves instantly. He'll even go into another chat. He won't even fucking. You don't want to because he knows. He knows he tried to sell me some shit, and he knows if I ever bring that up, it'll make his ass look bad. But I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it. Live yet. I thought about doing it a couple times.
Alan Nordstrand says surface tension is what happens to a baller's brain.
Yeah. The baller's brain.
Yeah. Brains. I got surface tension on the brain.
What do you need brains for? Take away the pain. Pain from what? Pain of being dead. Oh, man.
I think everybody here does that too.
Made Jello out of cow brain. Oh, that doesn't work. It's got to be human brain. Human brain. Oh, hold on. Well, then why do you keep eating them, though? Once you eat them, shouldn't you be cured? No, you need more.
It's a constant perpetual cycle. I don't know what movie you're talking about.
I love that Night of the Living Dead, or Return of the Living Dead. You know, where they remember where they get one and it comes in the house and they cut half of it in half or whatever and it falls on the floor and they trap it and they ask you questions. Remember? And it's like sitting on the table and it's like still alive, moving around and shit.
Okay, I know
like
what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Remember? Yeah.
It's been a while since I watched that.
And I think there's also a scene in the Reanimator that's very similar to that, where there's, you know, because remember he brings people back to life too. Remember with that little glowing fluid that he runs with that fucking crazy motherfucker. Like,
man, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that in 15 years, man. Maybe longer.
I saw that at the movie theater, and what was funny is that everybody thought, like, that movie wasn't that gross, right? But for some reason, like 6 or 8 fucking couples got up and left the movie theater, and they couldn't believe that my mom and my stepdad let me go into the movie theater at my age, watch that movie. They're like, I can't believe they would let you come and watch this movie. I'm like, what do you care? I said, I think it's funny. It's just fucking comedy. They're like, it's disgusting. It's gross. It's gore. I'm like, yeah, but it's phony gore. It's not real. I go, I know the difference between, you know, murdering someone in a horror movie. I'm not stupid, you know? Like, there's a complete difference. Like, when somebody gets stabbed for real life, it doesn't even look fancy. It doesn't look, there's no blood squirting anywhere. Generally, it's just you start bleeding to death. That's just all it is. But if you don't pay any attention to it, or if you don't have, your skin isn't bare where you'd like see the blood squirting out, you might not even know you've been stabbed. A lot of times, because it happens so quick, you know what I mean? You might feel pain or might, you know, something like that, but you may not necessarily notice right at the moment it happens. If you get bumped into or whatever, you might not even know you got stabbed, or you might, or whatever, injured or whatever.
I hear you.
I've got.
How would you feel? You're not conscious anymore. You know, like,
well, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like when somebody walks up and just like stabs you, like they're trying to hurt you, they're trying to stab you or whatever. What do you want to call that? Trying to harm you. Generally, they'll just do a quick stab and then they'll walk away because they're trying to get away. That's the whole idea. Is they want to hit you, and then walk away before you even realize it happened. See, that's the whole idea of it. At least that's what I've heard anyway. A gun is more
sit there and hold that knife in and watch you die.
You can make sure the motherfucker's dead before you walk away, you know. But with a knife, you can't be speed. You got to get away first, you know. With a gun, you can make sure they're dead, so you can make sure that you unalive them, so that way you don't have any witness, and you don't have to worry about running, right? I'm not a marathon runner, so I'm not about to be running from anybody. So I'd rather just, you know, not that I would kill anybody, because I wouldn't, but just saying.
There's consequences to that, I think.
If I had to murk somebody, I would, dude. Like I would if I had to. But I'm not saying that I'm ever looking for that opportunity. But I think about it a lot. I do. I think about what would I do if somebody really did attack me in that way. Like, what would I actually do? Would I really attack them back, or would I just run, or what would I do? Would I cower? Would I give in to them? Like, because I'm not really sure. Sometimes, you know, you can't be sure because you think you do one thing, but then when it happens, sometimes you just freeze and you don't know what to do. Or I'll get, or what happens to me is I get really angry. Like when someone tries to threaten my life, it makes me so angry that I can't think straight. So it takes me like 45 seconds to a minute to like calm down from all that and get my head straight so that I can actually plot to do something. So I think anybody who wanted to get away from me would probably get away pretty quickly, because I usually I won't attack right away. I'll wait. I'll just hold on. It'll take me a minute to realize what all just happened. You know what I mean? How I'm going to respond to it. I'll think it out first, because I know it's an important thing, you know, like, because if somebody's standing there and I see an opportunity to snatch their weapon and do something to them instead, I'm probably going to take that opportunity, but I'm not sure that I'm going to make that decision. It just depends on the person and the situation. You know what I mean? Like if some kid or whatever, and I can tell he's nervous and he's got safety on, then I know I can just snatch that gun out of his hand and then basically just declip, you know, take the you know, pew-pews out of it and then throw it on the ground and tell him, you know what, next time, you know, fucking don't do that to people, man. You shouldn't be fucking around with some old man, man. I'm not looking to die, bro. You know, like, why would you pull a gun on somebody? You know, like, ain't necessary, bro. You know what I mean? Like, there's other ways of getting what you need, bro. You know, like, there's drug dealing and all that, you know? Like, there's other things you can do besides, you know, beating people up and taking their money, you know? Especially when
you can do more than that. You can do what I do.
Like when you're hitting the streets in your own neighborhood, that's pretty stupid, though. And that's what these fools do. They go around their own neighborhood robbing all their neighbors, and they wonder why all their neighbors want to kill them, you know? Like,
there's no wonder there. I mean, that's just plain and simple, dude.
Like, you expect, bro, when you're you know, you're just. I mean, a lot of people, they work hard for their money and they save up to make ends meet so that they can buy special things, and things aren't cheap anymore. So when you're taking stuff away, like if I bought something brand new and then you messed it up or whatever, you took it, yeah, I'd be very upset with you. Now, if you asked me for one and I had two, I'd give you one. It wouldn't matter who you were, you know. Like if you need a lawnmower, let me know. I've got 4 of them. You know what I mean? Like, but you don't have to steal from me. You can just come and ask me for something. Like, you know, if you're like, if some homeless guy just came up to me and said, hey man, I'm really like hurting and I got no food and no nothing. Do you got anything I can eat, or do you have any money I can have, or do you have something I can go trade for drugs or money? You know, I would just fucking I'd respect it. I'd give them whatever they wanted. I would. I'd be like, here, I'll give you something. You know, like I'll give you some money or whatever. I'd give you something. I wouldn't just leave you hanging. You know what I mean? I'd feed you. I'd give you, you know, whatever. I'd do something for you. But I wouldn't promote like you going and robbing people. I'd just be like, you don't have to steal. Come over. I'll feed you. You know, like you don't have to starve, bro. You need a jacket. You know, I collect jackets. I find them all over and I wash them and clean them up and I put them in the closet whenever somebody needs one. I got a bunch of shoes too. They're all like almost brand new shoes.
Hell, you're like a secondhand store, aren't you?
No, no, not really. But it's just like people give me shit and I end up acquiring things because people are around me. They drop their shit off at my house. It's like my house is like cluttered. If you look at my house from space, you'll see that it's literally tarps and shit covering everything up. So there's shit all over. There's wood everywhere, but there's also my junk everywhere. My tarps everywhere.
You're gonna fly up in the sky and take pictures of you.
The rest of it's like all go-karts and fucking wood. But you know, when you see it from up above, it's like it looks like a business or something. You know, like it looks like a wood player's business or whatever. But it don't matter to me. It used to be a pool there, and that's what took up all that room. Was just a swimming pool. So, and then there was stuff growing around it, weeds and everything else. I had a little garden in the back. You know, I've done this yard different ways, but I've been wanting to like actually grow where the boat is, but I can't really move it.
Nice.
Yeah. I need to get it.
You got nowhere to put it. Yeah. I want to listen to the rest of this debate. We can catch up with your house later.
Well, I'm just saying, man. Well, there's more interesting your damn debate, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, your yard work is probably not as interesting, maybe. I'm not saying that I'm not interested in you.
Talking to, I guess. I'm just saying, I mean, to me, because I've already heard all this shit a million times.
Yeah.
All these arguments.
I just like the way it's progressing. We're getting more data as we go, like the pitch data and stuff. There's better arguments now.
I brought that up today. I brought that up to my dad. I said, you know, even the pitch data claims that, you know, airplanes fly in a direct straight line at a certain altitude, and they don't change direction unless the wind makes them do it. So, or the jet stream changes or something. You know, if there's some kind of anomalous thing, and then they just recorrect and they get back on the same heading. It's real simple. Not hard, you know. It's like really simple to understand. And I told him that, and he basically wanted to get off the phone after that. But I tried. I keep trying to slip it in there, and I'm hoping he's just going to go and research it so he can prove me wrong. And then when he finds out that there really is no evidence for it, he's going to go, wait a minute. You mean to tell me the only actual evidence we have is NASA, and we can't even depend on that? Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's all I need him to do is just get to that point. And then he'll be like, you know what? Thanks, son, for like holding out and actually getting me to listen to you on. Because I know that's what he's
in space.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that's what he's going to say when he realizes that I'm right? But it's just he's so stubborn because I've always been the kind of kid that I always had a story for everything, and I always made shit up. You know what I mean? And so he thinks I'm still that little kid now. He doesn't think that, you know, like he thinks that the stories I tell now are just bullshit. But he don't realize I've got a whole life full of experiences now. I don't need to make up stories like I did when I was a kid, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to get Michael Kahn sent me the Bewitched thing. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to send it from Facebook. Yeah, the little Aiden Mathis or Aiden Madden, where he made the Bewitched thing, put his face on it, where he twitches his nose. The little clip that they did. I don't know how to send it from Facebook Messenger to my computer. I'm trying to save it from one to the other. Most people don't use Facebook anymore, so.
You can open up your Facebook. If you can open up Facebook on your computer, then you can download it. You just go in there and open it.
I got to reset my passwords to do it. I'll do it later after the show.
Like me, you know what? That's part of the reason why I just gave up on it, because I was so fucking tired of Facebook. It was like constantly always wanting me to log in, and I was like, I got sick of it, bro. I was just like, fuck this stupid app, dude. It's like all it does is always want me to update shit and want me to say shit, and it's like, fuck this stupid thing, man. It's always sending me shit, sending me fucking messages, and I just got tired of it, bro. And as soon as I stopped using that app, dude, I don't get no more emails like I used to. And the only ones I do get are just basically their flash emails. Like you can tell they're phony, and my system goes right through them. But I was getting all these weird ones where like real people were actually trying to get in contact with me. It wasn't just a computer program, you know what I mean? And they would like fuck with me and try to send me down. They would get like, they go on my computer somehow and get it. They find out who my friends were, and then they'd imitate one of my, like I had one person call me and text me over Facebook, which that person's never done, and was telling me, you know, hey, how you doing? And hey, I need to borrow some money. I'm like, what? What do you mean you need some money? Your husband died a couple of years ago. You've got lots of money, you bitch. You know, you're crazy. And then I was just goofing around, and then then I realized.
Keep talking. I'm gonna leave you for a minute. I'm gonna go take a break.
Like trying to text me telling me that they're our wedding planner, and I know damn well that woman is like an old woman, and she's definitely got money, so she's definitely not going to be borrowing a couple $100 from me. But I was like, no, I ain't falling for no scam. So I was just like, no, I don't know who you are. I don't recognize your voice, or I don't recognize you. I don't know who you are. But whatever.
My bladder is only so big, dude. Okay, what were you saying about your wedding planner again?
Nothing.
You don't know who that woman is. Who is that woman?
No, I knew it was a scam. I called my wife, and I was telling my wife, she's like, don't answer the text, don't talk to the person. I'm like, I know better, trust me. I figured out it was a scam right off the bat, but it was like I had some fun with it. I kept asking her questions to see what she knew. She didn't know shit about the person that she was trying to imitate. I was just laughing. I was like, "You're funny."
Nice.
And then I just basically said, "I've reported you, to the authorities, so you might want to, leave now." And then boom, that was it. I never heard from that person again. Never, no text.
Like the wind.
Yeah, like the wind. No more. Yeah. But ever since I stopped using Facebook, I haven't had any problems like that. Nobody's been trying to hack me or nothing like that. Weird.
Yeah,
Like Facebook.
I just don't do anything with Facebook anymore. Really don't.
I just don't trust it.
Yeah. I'll try to send it from my messenger to my text. I'll just copy and put it over there, and then I'll send it to YouTube so I can add it to the repertoire on the show. I want to listen to the rest of this right quick. Ready?
You do it.
And these guys want to carry water for the man. Next question.
All right, you got it. And once again, I'll just say thank you to everybody for your super chats. We do appreciate the support for the channel.
Now, you see what I've said about the moderator earlier?
As friendly as you can, but yeah, unless it's actual hate speech, we do pretty much everything. So Ryan Hesterman says, just curious why the sad man can whine about people saying things about him, yet he called MC Toon names. Why is that okay, flatmate? Yeah,
MC Toon.
Too much to engage with there. So you guys get how this is gonna go. Nathan's not entertaining.
I haven't heard from him in a while.
Fire, if you will.
Till tonight.
Gravity says island guy seen curvature and saved 25 orphans from a burning high-rise.
Ooh.
What?
You talking about Gravity being a hero, dude.
Let's keep it moving, guys. We got to keep it moving.
No, hold on.
The equation of gravity
Shut the fuck up, Nathan.
Okay, wait. Hold on, guys.
Just, you like that?
Whoa, Tony, have some more fluoride water.
Do you know what this is about? Gravity paid $5 for a soup chat.
Yes.
Do you know what this is referring to?
So yes, the claim here is what he's saying is Gravity is basically a superhero. That Gravity is sort of a made-up fictional thing that does that achieves all these miraculous
he said
objectives.
I mean, it's a made-up fictional
Therefore, the question is for me. Therefore, I'm allowed to answer it. Right?
At least he admits it.
Without interruption. So, no, we can prove gravity. Nathan's claims to the contrary are nonsense. We can detect the gravitational signal of underground deposits. We can use gravitational measurements to detect whether or not submarines are about to run into underwater mountains.
Did you hear that, right? that was funny.
We have demonstrated that mass...
That gravimeters can actually detect mountains underwater so submarines don't wreck. Oh my God. Toon says the same thing, dude.
At a distance can be detected using gravimeters. So we have scientifically demonstrated that gravity exists and has the properties that Newton and Einstein, after him, suggest. This the denial of simple scientific reality is delusional. It's nothing short of it.
All right.
And he said so.
Yeah, let me just look at this. Yeah, so yeah, if that's, I think that's all we're gonna get out of that one.
We can make them smile.
Says, the Earth is a paper, flat, hollow projection that rides on a giant turtle shell. Please show proofs I'm wrong, flat earthers.
Yeah. Is this all we got for the Q&A?
We got lots of other questions, actually. We're getting down on it, so we'll carry into the next one.
We're getting down on it.
Like this side of the planet wants
Not much substance from the globe side, that's for sure.
There was.
It's proportional to the evidence that you presented.
There's the Markley boy
Roger
finally.
Ledwell says pitch data was my response to Oakley's latest proof. I'm not sure what this word's supposed to mean. It is a typo. Pitch data was my response to Oakley's latest proof.
No, wrong.
I think that's what they meant.
Pay attention.
Can't count on
Globe. Angel.
They think I'm a Globie too.
It's asking too much for a Globe, bro. Next.
Roger Ledwell says, in reference. Okay, thank you. In reference to Oakley's latest proof. Pitch data was in reference to Oakley's latest proof. Okay,
so you got the fingers up. You got it.
Yeah. Oh, I love it when I scroll around and see that.
Took a minute.
A lot. Jiffy Jiffwald says, if Earth were flat, reciprocal zenith angles would not exist. Curve has been measured and seen. Game over. You lose. Flat Earth was dead to begin with.
No, it wasn't.
Thanks for playing.
All right, so let's try to engage with the question. If Earth were flat, reciprocal zenith angles.
Now, Markley definitely has to have the globe.
Get shorter in the distance. So
also, you have it's questions for us.
The question is for them. So Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have atmospheric conditions. They can rise or lower things in the distance. You can have superior and inferior mirages. So looking at the horizon, saying it's slightly higher or slightly less is not proving the Earth is concave. It doesn't prove the Earth is a ball. Land surveyors assume the Earth is flat for 100 square miles, disregarding curvature and treating the Earth as a flat plane when they do their job. If they move outside of that 100 square miles,
more lies.
The Earth is flat. So every time we talk, we're just going to get called liars in the middle of us talking.
It's when you lie, Nathan. It's when you lie.
Dude, you can look up this information yourself.
Yes, I can, and I have. I've talked to surveyors. You guys are just lying about it.
Peter, I'm just going to place you on a little mute there, Peter. I'm sorry. I don't like doing that.
It's too triggered, dude.
But we do have to try to keep it moving along.
And its true colors are shining through. I know.
Because I talked to a surveyor, you guys haven't. So I know things more than you.
Dude, I know surveyors. I have a cartographer here and a couple of surveyors that are flat earthers. They came to their own conclusions on their own, and they don't get involved in these debates and stuff because they will get doxxed. And there are people in the globe arena that will go after their freaking jobs. Sorry. That's just the way it is, man. They're still pushing, let's go to space. If they weren't, they wouldn't have SpaceX or any of the rest of the stuff, dude. You know, I think we've watched enough of that debate. I have another comment in there. It comes in later, but it's not really worth watching. Yeah. So I put the pitch data out there. So now that's going to go into the modern day debates. Now it's going to get drug in there. And I think Angel has been told not to say anything about it. In particular, that's why Nathan gave it a thumbs up, and Angel didn't say anything about it. I think Nathan's going to save that one for. He didn't tell me anything about it, but I think he's saving it for one of the housekeeping questions that they have on Flat Earth Debate. Any proof of pitch data that goes around the ball? They're trying to word it into a modus ponens, and so they can actually use it in the debate. You can't rebut it. There's no way. That's the whole point to the housekeeping questions. These are simple proofs that actually they can't overcome, even in science or measurement.
There ain't no butt, so you can't rebut something that doesn't have a butt. Right?
You want a butt?
Well, you said rebutting, so if you're going to rebut, if you don't have an ass, then there ain't no rebutting going to happen. So I don't have a butt, dude. Get your own butt.
Hey, nice garage you got there, dude. Is that your Lego box right there?
Fuck no. Lego's in the house. I ain't stupid.
And leave my here for the animals to get into and build their own little huts and stuff.
Dude, that's shit worth money, bro. I ain't stupid. I got all kinds of junk in stuff. I am looking for a little box safety tip. Blue, and it says blue cobalt on the top of it or something. A little blue, but it's got tips, like safety. You know how you take, when you go into a fucking like a bathroom in a public bathroom, and they have all those like weird star-shaped things with little knots in the middle and all that. I have to get some of those bolts off of there, and I need to get those safety tips or whatever the fuck they call them, security tips or whatever the fuck they're called.
I got you. Yeah.
Find because I got to find the ones that have the holes inside of them in the middle, and I can't remember where the fuck I stuck them. So I'm digging around everywhere trying to figure out what box I stuck them into. Probably already out in the backyard. I can't fucking remember what I did. I got a whole bunch of sets. I've got like a whole bunch of different sets, and they're in a toolbox somewhere. I can't remember. Oh wait, it is in the back there. All right, let me grab this stuff.
I think we should play one of Jim Anus's observations since he's in the audience.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm run out of the debate things. Done with it. Let's see. And oh yeah, have you heard from Jesse? Did he get in touch with you on DMs? The Path of Life boy.
I haven't heard from him yet, but I haven't checked my DMs.
And your friend, Northern Rebellion, right? He wants to debate him for some. I don't know why he wants to debate. I don't see much. The way light bends. The Path of Life. Okay. You got anything you want to listen to or anything? Or anything you want to show from your channel? Ryan. You there? He's still looking for his thing.
No, he has not texted me or sent me a message about that.
Oh, okay.
He just said thank you for offering to do it, but he never said when it's going to happen. None of that. Unless he told you and told you to tell me. I don't know. He never said anything to me.
Nice.
Oh, I know that.
I think I'm coming down with a cold. Sorry.
Everybody is. It's the time of year. It's flu season or whatever you want. It's whenever you haven't been taking care of your body all summer, and you haven't been eating right, and you haven't been drinking some fluids right, and that's when it makes you sick every year. I know, because I don't get sick.
Well, I actually I work a job, and I don't have time totally to.
And I might get a little feverish, but then that's it. I don't ever get sick anymore. I think it's because I've already had every cold there is. And I mean, literally, I
don't have a fever.
As a kid, bro. I had strep throat 50 times when I was a kid. Where every other weekend, somebody got strep throat or some kind of cold. You know what I mean? It was weird. Like I was old, and I was really sick where I had to go to the doctor. You know, like real bad sick. But then I grew out of it. Like once I got older, I just stopped getting sick anymore.
Well, I don't get sick that often, but I get like a little bit like a stuffy nose, congested.
Because I don't remember ever having like a stomach problem like while I was sick.
Yeah.
You know, except for when I got food poisoning once, and I just basically crapped and vomited for 2 days. That sucked. That was horrible. That was like not fun at all. I can say that.
Yeah. Well, I do work, and I don't have time to really like prepare like the best foods and stuff for myself. I don't really. I have to grab and go for a lot of food. You know, half the time. It's just my career, and like the time I have to work. I did night shifts for almost a decade, where there's nowhere to like, you know, you're grabbing lunch out of the convenience store. You know.
Oh, my favorite.
All right, I think we should go listen to Peter Markley do the Flat Earth cult again. Let's finish him up.
No, it's not really coconut. I don't think it's like sawdust.
Oh, he made new videos. Oh, Jim Anus has got some new videos. We should go look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He's outside. Oh, what, too?
I think everybody's still over at Vlad's watching him.
You don't need light on, do you? You don't need that light on, do you?
Okay. Videos.
Love it.
I think he made 21 hours ago. My loyal homies. He got a new moon video. We'll start with that. We'll watch it.
Okay.
Mr. Anus, ladies and gentlemen, and his moon. We got 3 people watching now. We should get more. I think Vlad's still going though. don't know. Did Saab do a stream today? I don't know if he did or didn't. Let me turn down the music. I'm gonna go take a look and see if Vlad did it or Vlad's still on. Yeah, he's still on. And let's see if Saab's on. No, he didn't do a stream today. Let's take a look, see what this looks like. Ooh. Bring it in bigger. That's pretty. What do you think? It is. And it looks like it's moving too. Jim, nice job, dude. Oh, he's making one right now. Cool. We'll look at his new one still. We'll go over and say hi to Vlad. He's still streaming. We can kill some time. I want to do a longer stream tonight anyways. Nice music, by the way. I wish you had a timer on it. That would be even cool. We could time the moon's trajectory. We're getting through it. It's still looking better. Four minutes and it's still going. I think we'll get the gist of this. I think we should look at his pigeons. Let's take a look at Jim's pigeons. Well, my loyal homies. This looks neat. Hey, Jim, what kind of pigeons are these exactly? Because it looks like a whole bunch of different breeds. Don't they? Yeah, I get the homing part, but I mean, like, there's more than one breed of those. Some of them look like doves almost. They're white.
Different colors, and male and female look different.
Okay. So it's basically the same genus, but just multiple colors. You got brown ones, red ones.
Like fluctuations in sizes and shit depending on the.
Yo.
Well, you know, just like with dogs.
They know where the food is.
Dogs that mate that with a bigger dog and a small puppy. I mean, or vice versa, right?
Yeah.
So it does work.
I'm gonna turn you up a little bit because your mic's real low. Hold on.
Because I'm using my.
I know, but I mean, I can get your mic up, the gain on it higher. That way, people don't have to strain to listen to you. I'll turn you up to 120. See if that works. Say something.
Hey.
No, you're better. Something. Sounds. Now you're clipping. Hold on. I'll turn you down a little bit. There you go. Try it like that.
Like that.
And still clipping. You gotta take it down a couple more. You gotta find that sweet spot. That's better. Yeah, the sweet spot. 120 is about the sweet spot. But nothing as sweet as that music, is it? Come on, boys. Get in there. And Jim, how long you been keeping pigeons, dude? That's my question. They're racing pigeons. Nice. What are they racing for the horizon? They'll get there one day. Now we don't want to play something else. We want to finish what we're doing. My loyal little homies. Let's go back. Let's see what was next. There's another one, wasn't there? Yeah. Good girl. Okay, he's got a good girl in the bunch. That'd be a good way to smuggle stuff, wouldn't it, though? Whoa, he's been in it 30 years. Dude, Jim, props. It takes patience, doesn't it? There you go. So you went in. Nice. I think we should go see Vlad. What do you think? We'll take a look at him. Why not?
Go take a look at him.
Yeah, I still gotta take you down a notch.
Why?
You're still clipping a little bit. Just when you make a lot of noise, it starts to clip out. No, it's just because I got the volume up so high. That's the problem. It's sensitive. I took you up probably a good 30. I'll try you at 112. See what that sounds like. And it's still clipping a little bit. Take you closer to 100. Very beautiful. I don't know. Maybe it's your reception.
Maybe.
No, it's a little bit better when I get down in the game below 100. Yeah. You still clip a little bit, but not much. Clippers. Nobody roots for the Clippers, dude.
Okay. I gotta put the phone down. So back in place. I gotta keep this on my hand.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Details slip through.
Yes, they do.
Especially with topics as dynamic as astronomy and geography. It's honestly really helpful when you catch these things. And I appreciate
There's something wrong with the audio, dude. Maybe it's my audio.
What I should have said was that we didn't line up my programming.
Oh, Luke's on there.
The narrative, the ball narrative.
That's you. It's your audio.
And it did slip up.
I'll take you down a little bit. I got you up too high. That's really what it is.
Reality, and it wasn't supposed to. It didn't stick to the narrative that it should have been circling. See what it's done? It's updated.
I'll say hi, Vlad. We were stopping by for a visit.
And circling sun model should be the sun rises slightly
Flat
north
Earth
of due
Fridays.
west. The sun sets slightly north of due west. And that's what I grew up thinking. Because the sun moved across the north of the sky, I just assumed it was coming up to the north.
Yeah.
And I never
And
really
then-
took out a compass and did the lines and
Right.
then Jake the Arsehole and those other guys were
being
going on
the other
about
guy.
this. Yeah. And so I just tested it out for myself, and they're right. Looks it's so weird. So the sun's a real mystery. Doesn't mean it's not flat.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
The both models are all screwed up as far as what the sun's doing. That's for certain. That's for certain.
You're losing reception, dude.
Everyone knows now. We're 99% sure what's going to happen when they go down there. They're going to
Yeah.
see this.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna go,
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, and it's going to be Netflix, and they've been saving it. They've been saving it.
Gonna be Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix sucks. Dude.
Roger Ledwell, what's going on, homie? It's good to see you, Roger, and it's good to see you, Ryan and company. But man, oh man. So here's the thing: is that this is how the sun has been playing.
Yeah, why not?
Where you live.
I said hi for
the
you.
whole time.
You did.
And this is
so we're stopping by to say hi.
We're now starting to notice.
Oh,
Because me, I'm thinking, obviously like everybody else at the.
You gotta like and share.
Looking at Australia, it looks like you guys own like what, 2.5 time zones or something like that.
Yeah, the time zones are way fucked up.
Yeah, in Australia.
Yeah, according to the Gleason.
There's 3 of them, actually.
In Australia, there's 3 time. There's 3 time zones. At this time of the year, there's 4 time zones because Queensland doesn't have daylight saving, so they're.
Yeah, they do that for
they're an hour
political
behind.
reasons. It's money.
Melbourne,
the shipping
but
work.
The sun's pretty much as far as the north and south is concerned.
Okay.
What are they looking at? Let's take a look.
Right. Okay. All right. So you have the furthest.
Oh,
east
chat
all the way
GTP.
to
Never
the
mind.
furthest west. So yeah, I'd say 4, but 2 full time zones in the middle. Hold on, let me share.
Do you want me to go back to the map?
No, I got you. I got you right here.
That's one thing I want to tackle. I'm going to do that on my own. I'm going to tackle the Analema.
So we got this right here. Can you see it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay, that right there. We got this right here in the middle, and we got this
That
right
way I
here in
can
the middle.
see how
We got
far
this
out
right
it goes.
here outside on the west.
Yeah.
Wow.
Make it the time bandits
Wow.
for our very own. I got to clear that with Adam Meakin. Yeah, well, that's what they coined it. When Brian started doing his map work, they were going to try to do the further and southern oceans, and the moon cycle where it's at
Wonder.
is what they made the map spot.
Now seeing this.
Apparently, people have been saying it for years, and
In Australia, it's not that big.
ignoring it or.
It's about
Whatever.
an
That
eighth
Tony
smaller
Drake's been saying
in
it
reality.
for a while. He's been on Sod's channel a few times. He's from Western Australia.
Tony Drake.
Yeah, older Aussie guy. He kind of talks like this.
Oh, he smokes. Got the camera all up
living in southwestern Australia nearly all my life.
Yeah.
And I can
The
tell
thing
you
is,
that
Ryan,
the sun is
he actually
coming
thinks
out
like you do. He thinks we live in a giant eye.
south of west. I'm going, oh, no, come off it, Tony.
And his face is all up in the camera.
Yeah, he's got massive bottle glasses.
Yeah, Tony's face is just in the camera. He's like,
What are you doing?
you can see the condensation coming in from his nose. He's like,
Yeah, it's your mic's shit for sure.
Yeah.
That sounds better.
But I think what lost
I turn you down a little bit.
losing people is
The louder,
then
the
goes, oh,
the more you clip.
Earth is concave. It's a concave Earth, and then he's losing people. But who
Yeah.
knows? Who knows? Maybe I'd say it's more likely to be concave than round or a globe. That's for sure.
This stuff just gets more interesting as the days
Oh,
go
man.
by, and crazier as the days go by.
I'm hurting.
but
you work
this is
6
here's
days a
what I
week.
think.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm seeing, right? And I
Someone.
go ahead.
He's always,
Someone
it's
in the
hard work,
chat,
dude.
Sean
he's always
Elkie
trying to be
said,
rational. I
Jake
hate that
brought
about
this
him
up
sometimes because he's like always trying to be rational. When it's like, dude, stop being irrational. You know this isn't rational. You just give it up on it. And then he just looks at me like, no, man, you can't do that. Like, yes, you can. You know it's fucking hopeless, man.
Jake brought this up.
Nobody wants to admit it.
To Jaren.
Oh, what's up?
Look into it, the more we realize it.
So he's obviously saying how is this
you're working
model
on the scooter.
correct? The sun circling. Same with Banjo.
A flat Earth banjo.
Was having a little discussion with Nachikita
right
the other night about similar things. So Nachikita was bringing this up, and flat Earth banjo was he was using the stars as a reference point.
Adam,
the stars do their own thing.
Right. It's the sun we're concerned about. The sun.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes. So then, okay. If the
Or
sun
Matthew,
is doing that,
if you would
does
call him
the
that
moon
thing.
follow?
I'm pretty sure that's his real name.
What his name?
I know we're not looking for what the moon
Matthew,
is doing. I know that. I get it.
He goes by the title, the chapter verse.
Seems like
no,
go ahead.
The moonrise and the sunrise and moon set and sunset, they're in different times.
Right.
But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's doing something where it doesn't light up the earth like the sun does. It does a little bit.
Right.
So I don't know.
This thing is freaking crazy.
I've been saying that a lot lately. I don't know.
Oh God, yeah, I know. Yeah, but you have to give an honest assessment. You know what I'm saying? You have to be like, well,
I get the gist of what they're doing.
I've been told, and this is what I've learned. So
I think we will leave them alone.
Even for the most mundane.
He's already done that discussion with us.
You
So.
just don't know.
Yeah, but
we do.
Funny how everybody answers that question differently, though, right? Isn't that kind of odd?
Luke was given the same spill though to me and you.
Yeah, anyway, I know. He's just saying like it's funny how that it can be slightly different though at times. It's like funny how some people.
Yeah, I got to change my backdrop. I still got the Halloween thing up there. It ain't Halloween no more, boy. I don't know why that's still an opera, but I guess it's going. I guess they're going to do pumpkins next. Let's see. Got another one, brand new. Oh, that'd be the Restream. They offer different backdrops.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
So yeah, no, this is still Halloween. It's witches' hats and black pumpkins. Ooh.
I need to sharpen them.
That's clean, but then let's see. We got one with I don't know what that is. It's purple. There's like boxes and bottles and stuff. I don't know. That ain't worth it. Let's see what this one is. It looks like it was white to me. Oh, we got a white backdrop. Look at that. With shading in it. Awesome. Well, we're the only two in here now, dude. Everybody else left.
Really? Wonder why?
Yeah. That's kind of boring. It's Friday night, dude. There's nothing going on.
Yeah.
I think we should finish looking at Peter Markley and his cult right quick.
Not a big point. Like we don't usually get a lot of listeners on Friday night. So
No.
I mean, I don't.
No. We'll use that for a backdrop. Last night we did much better. We were up to like almost 20, 25 people all at once. And I think I got more hits on last night's stream than I have on any of the rest of them so far.
What was the subject again?
Let's go join our cult.
I like that cult topic.
Yeah, cult's a good band actually, but they claim they're gothic, agnostic.
Okay, now the tarp's not flopping around anymore. Now I just gotta figure out. Oh, wait, I just figured out how to do that. How about that?
Huh. You're moving around a lot, dude. That's what it is, and you gotta shorten your headphones.
I'm going to. I know that. I'm gonna do that. Just give me a minute. I was covering some shit up. It's starting to come down out here, so I can't just leave all my shit, my tools and stuff out.
Oh, see, Lightning's over there now. Just say hi to him.
I see Lightning.
No, he's over at
I know. I get it. I'm just saying hi. God damn.
You can't.
Fucking shit about it.
In retrospect, he'll like after he watches the show, if he does, he'll like, oh, Brian said hi. Mr. Jones and baby Miss Angela Baby Carson. This is where everybody is right now, and I think he's got like I think 60 viewers right now on Vlad's. I want to play the cult again. Here we go.
They end up
Mr.
exalting themselves
Peter
to the level of God.
You either have to accept
Markley.
that's what God's made the earth to be, a flat enclosed domed earth, or you have to say, nah, I believe man over God and call God a liar.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The
No, it's
worst
not.
kinds of lies are the ones that mimic truth so that you can't tell the difference. They match and mirror and project and imitate, all to equalize or reverse your judgment of a situation.
No, it doesn't.
Truth tries to draw contrast, but next to mimicry, this is useless unless you look deeper than the surface.
It just means you're being dishonest. This is dishonesty. Just saying, nah, hand wave, dismissing it. Peter, by the way, I have nothing against you. I do like you. Keep up what you're doing, man.
Knowing that territory dictates the battle.
Now he took that out of context, dude. That clip completely. he's a quite a little spin doctor. He's trying to be.
I confronted Flatzoid on his false divinity claim.
You're not getting your cosmology from the Bible. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling everyone. Your cosmology is
Bullshit. he reads it straight from the Bible, dude.
not in the Bible.
He did not like this at all and would not budge an inch. Deep down, he also knew that if he acknowledged a single word of it, his battle was lost.
Oh my God, he just declared victory there, dude. And he had nothing in the debate. He didn't bring any scripture, any biblical cosmology at all. All he had was where does the sun go at night? That's enough of the call leader. Screw the little bastard. But I want to see his debunking videos that he does. Let's see if we can go back there and find some. Let's look at this foosball analogy he has for density and buoyancy. No, there's no force downward. There are forces that pull up and down. Just depends on where you are. In the medium you're in there, Mr. Markley, you don't understand relative density or disequilibrium either. So it's all relative to the medium you're in. The medium you're in the air, there's nothing to support anything. That's why it goes down. It's just a relative position that you're in. There is a downward bias for larger, heavier things, but it's looking to find this equilibrium. It's trying to float like everything else. Now, there are foundations to the earth. That's what everything's set on, period. You can't get it. You don't want to be in an enclosed frame with immovable objects. You want to live in fear all your life. I'm pretty sure of what it sounds like. But you've been taught something different. And you think you figured out a whole cosmology for yourself. I'm not talking down to you, dude. I just know where you're coming from. But you have no evidence of these things. You have models. We have the same model. We have a flat earth prediction I can give you is based on the solar cycle itself. It'll show you where on the earth, where the sun and the moon is going to be. That's how it got mapped. We weren't floating through space when we mapped it. We were on the land, on the water. We can mark these things, and we use the luminaries in the sky to find our way when we have no more landmarks. That's the way this works. It has nothing to do with space, gravity, or any of your cosmology that belongs to pagan theology, which you claim you're not. You're full of yourself, dude. Yeah. Just admit it. You're not into Christian cosmology. You're not into biblical cosmology. All of your theories come from pagan theories. That's really simply the truth. I'm just telling you, dude, you're a pagan. You're not a Christian. If you're a true Christian, you would actually go with the biblical cosmology and exactly what it says. But you're not. You're pretending to be a Christian with heathen cosmology. That's just all it is, dude. I'm not holding it against you. I was taught the same thing in school, too. And if I'm going to rant anymore right quick, if you have a problem with it, I can walk you through it all. You can come over here to this channel and we can have a conversation. But don't go around calling me a cult member. I have never indoctrinated anybody into a cult. Period. I just point out evidence and how I see it. Follow the evidence. Try to work out the physics that you guys present, and you don't present any real evidence of gravity. And if you want to tell me that gravity is a real thing, and that's what you're touting on your little show over there with the modern day debates, that you can prove gravity, it's just the rate of things, the way it falls. That's what they teach in the colleges. That's what they teach in the schools. That's why you're going with it. You're not going to go with relative density, disequilibrium, or any of the standard things that were around before the colleges and the modern age started touting this stuff. But I digress. I'm listening to more of your crap. You can't still man anybody's position because you can't even still man your position. No, you added the G in there because you have to have gravity to have your spinning ball in space. It gathers all the mass to itself, but you can't demonstrate or show this in a physical world. You pre-assume a Big Bang, which is an atheist cosmology that throws God out the window, but you are too blind to see it. Nope. Sorry, dude. It's not. Gravity is just an equation they stole from relative density disequilibrium. And I can show you the equations. The math was done before Newton and all the rest of those pagan cosmologists came out of the Catholic Church, and your church fathers put them up there to deceive people, to keep them thinking they're spinning on a ball. That's really the truth. Yeah. Anything else? It's never been proven to start with. Even Cavendish's experiment wasn't even meant to prove gravity, and it's actually stated by the people who made the experiment to start with. You guys hijacked it, call it gravity, and run with it. Okay. Oh, well, we need physical proof for your claim, dude. And QE's already been through you and tore apart your claims you're making these videos, dude. So come over to Quantum Erasers and go through his massive collage of false claims that pseudoscientists like yourself make, because you're not a scientist at all, dude. You're not even a cosmologist to start with. I don't know what you have in this stake in this community, but if you're going to accuse people that adhere to flat Earth and have found evidence for it, and you're going to come in here and call us cult members, you need to come over and prove it, dude. The only cult I see here, the only occulted information I get out of you is a pseudo force called gravity that you have to have, and it's in all your equations. It's just the rate of things and how they drop. You're hoping to God that's what explains the universe. That's your magic, I guess, but nobody has ever proven it. It's just a theory with a law attached to it. But if you took them together, you end up with Einstein's equations and Newton's equations, and a lot of them don't work in the universe or in the planetary scheme. That's why they don't really teach it on the upper levels in universities. If you actually go start talking to physicists in universities, you'll find out that they don't use most of those equations. And now with rocketeering and stuff like that, you get a lot of pushback because they have to have Newton's laws of motion to actually show you what the rockets do or what they could do. And I've never actually seen it demonstrated in real life. It's a rocket show for me. But I don't know if Ryan's still with me or not. Sorry about the rant, but dude, you're just full of crap. And you run around telling everybody that anybody that looks in the flat Earth or investigates is in a cult. No. That's just wait, dude. he's already pissed me off. But I'm gonna watch the rest of it. So the balloon that was there, that because you put it in a heavier medium, I didn't see that at all. That's a really bad analogy, dude. Yes, disequilibrium, dude. Well, I'm done. He just described exactly what we've been talking about the whole time instead of gravity. I'm sorry about that, guys. Mr. Markley, am I even sharing that anymore? Yeah, I'm by myself talking to myself. So B on T C what? I don't know. I didn't get that. I don't know if I was even sharing that last little bit that I was playing. Anyways, all me ranting there about his arguments are crap. And we've been going for 2 hours now. I'm guessing Ryan's busy with this thing. I'm just going to go back to how big the Earth is, share that for a little bit, play that out, and I'll play some music. Maybe Ryan will come back.
Center to the southern circumference can only be stated approximately. For this purpose, the following evidence will suffice. In laying the Atlantic cable from the Great Eastern Steamship in 1866, the distance from Valencia on the southwestern coast of Ireland to Trinity Bay in Newfoundland was found to be 1,665 miles. The longitude of Valencia is 10 degrees 30 minutes west, and of Trinity Bay 53 degrees 30 minutes west. The difference of longitude between the two places being 43 degrees, and the whole distance round the Earth being divided into 360 degrees. Hence, if 43 degrees are found to be 1,665 nautical, or 1,942 statute miles, 360 degrees will be 13,939 nautical, or 16,262 statute miles. Then taking the proportion of radius to circumference, we have 2,200 nautical, or 2,556 statute miles as the actual distance from Valencia in Ireland to the polar center of the Earth's surface. Another and a very beautiful and accurate way of ascertaining the Earth's circumference is the following. The difference of longitude between Heart's Content Station, Newfoundland, and that at Valencia, or in other words, between the extreme points of the Atlantic cable, has been ascertained by Mr. Gould, co-surveyor to the United States government, to be 2 hours, 51 minutes, 56.5 seconds. The sun passes over the Earth and returns to the same point in 24 hours. If in 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 56.5 seconds, it passes from the meridian of the Valencia end of the cable to that of its termination at Heart's Content, a distance of 1,942 statute miles, how far will it travel in 24 hours? On making the calculation, the answer is 16,265 statute miles. This result is only 3. Again, in the Boston Post for October 30th, 1856, Lieutenant Maury gives the following as the correct distances in geographical miles across the Atlantic by the various routes, circle sailing. The chart, nautical miles and statute miles, shows Philadelphia to Liverpool at 3,000 nautical miles and 3,500 statute miles. New York to Liverpool, 2,880 miles nautical, 3,360 statute miles. Boston to Liverpool, 2,720 nautical miles, 1,173 statute miles. New York to Southampton, 2,980 nautical miles, 3,476 statute miles. Southampton to Glasgow, 2,800 nautical miles, 3,266 statute miles. Boston to Galway, 2,520 nautical miles, 2,940 statute miles. Newfoundland to Galway, 1,730 nautical miles, 2,018 statute miles. Boston to Belfast, 2,620 nautical miles, 3,056 statute miles. If we take the distance given in the above table between Liverpool and New York as 3,360 statute miles, and calculate as in the last case, we find a nearly similar result, making allowance for the detour around the south or north of Ireland. The difference of time between London and New York, which the use of the electric cable makes a matter of some consequence, has latterly been ascertained afresh. It is 4 hours 55 minutes 18.95 seconds. The results of these several methods are so nearly alike that the distance of 16,262 statute miles may be safely taken as the approximate circumference of the Earth at the latitude of Valencia. If the distance from Valencia to the Cape of Good Hope or to Cape Horn had ever been actually measured, not calculated, the circumference of the Earth at these points could, of course, be readily ascertained. We cannot admit as evidence the calculated length of a degree of latitude, because this is an amount connected with the theory of the Earth's rotundity, which has been proved to be false. We must therefore take known distances between places far south of Valencia, where latitude and longitude have also been carefully observed. In the Australian Almanac for 1871, page 126, the distance from Auckland, New Zealand to Sydney is given as 1,315 miles, nautical measure, which is equal to 1,534 statute miles. At page 118 of the Australian Almanac for 1859, communicates the latitude of Auckland as 36 degrees 50 minutes 5 seconds south, and longitude 174 degrees 50 minutes 40 seconds east. Latitude of Sydney, 33 degrees 51 minutes 45 seconds south, and longitude 151 degrees 16 minutes and 15 seconds east. The difference in longitude or time distance is 23 degrees 34 minutes 25 seconds. Calculating as in the case of Valencia to Newfoundland, we find that as 23 degrees 34 minutes and 25 seconds represents 1,534 statute miles, 360 degrees will give 23,400 statute miles as the circumference of the Earth at the latitude of Sydney, Auckland, and the Cape of Good Hope. Hence the radius or distance from the center of the north to the above places is, in round numbers, 3,720 statute miles. Calculating in the same way, we find that from Sydney to the Cape of Good Hope is fully 8,600 statute miles. The above calculations receive marked corroboration for the practical experience of mariners. The author has many times been told by captains of vessels navigating the southern region that from Cape Town to Port Jackson in Australia, the distance is not less than 9,000 miles, and from Port Jackson to Cape Horn, 9,500 miles. But as many are not willing to give credit to such statements, the following quotation will be useful, and will constitute sufficient evidence of the truth of the foregoing calculations. The Great Britain steamer has arrived, having made one of the best voyages homeward that has yet been effected, viz. 86 days, 72 only of which were employed in steaming, and the remaining 14 days being accounted for by detentions. She left Melbourne on January 6th and arrived in Simon's Bay on Feb 10th, or 35 days. She then went round to Cape Town, whence she sailed on the 20th of February, and was afterwards detained for 4 days at St. Michael's and Vigo. The distance she steamed per log was 14,688 miles, which for the 72 days gives an average of 204 miles a day. If we multiply the average rate of sailing by the 35 days occupied in running between Melbourne and St. Simon's Bay, near Cape of Good Hope, we find that the distance is 7,140 nautical miles. From Melbourne to Sydney is 6 degrees of longitude, or about 340 nautical miles. Hence 7,140 added to 340 gives 7,480 nautical miles, equal to 8,726 statute miles. which is 126 miles in excess of the distance given at page 94. The following extract furnishes additional evidence upon this important point. Extraordinary voyage will share in the pride with which a correspondent relates a brilliant, and we believe unexampled exploit which has just been performed by a small yacht of only 25 tons, which is not a stranger to the waters of Dublin Bay. The gallant little craft set out from Liverpool for the Antipodes and arrived safely in Sydney after a splendid run, performing the entire distance, 16,000 miles, in 130 days. As the distance from Melbourne to Cape of Good Hope is 7,140 nautical miles, as shown by the log of the Great Britain, and as the whole distance from Melbourne to Liverpool was 14,688 nautical miles, it follows that, deducting 7,140 from 14,688, that the passage from the Cape of Good Hope to Liverpool was 7,548 nautical miles. If we take this distance from the 16,000 miles which the above-mentioned yacht sailed to Sydney, we have as the distance between Cape of Good Hope and Sydney 8,450 nautical, or 9,806 statute miles. In a letter from Adelaide which appeared in the Leeds Mercury for April 20th, 1867, speaking of certain commercial difficulties which had existed there, the following incidental passage occurs. Just as our harvest was being concluded, the first news arrived of an anticipated dearth of breadstuffs at home. The times were so hopelessly dull, money was so scarce, and the operation of shipping wheat a distance of 14,000 miles so dangerous, that for a long time the news had no practical effect. From England to Adelaide is here stated at 14,000 nautical, or 16,333 statute miles. And as the difference of longitude between Adelaide and Sydney is 23 degrees, equal to 1,534 statute miles, we find that from England to Sydney the distance is 17,867 statute
pause
miles.
this here video. We got
Taking
4
from
people
this
now.
the
We're climbing back up the ladder.
7,548 nautical.
They can tell when we're basic. Because I came back on, that's what it is. Well, as soon as I leave, everybody goes.
Oh, they followed you?
I'm kidding.
Is that what it is? I don't know neither. don't really care right now. Let's see if there's anybody new in chat. Oh,
really
Chef
true.
Gashead. Hey, Jeff.
Jeff. I'm
And CB still here, I hope. Yeah. There you go. Jeff. Is Jeff in the house? We got 6 people watching total now. All right. We still got an audience.
Oh,
so I don't know where we are in this video. I had to make copy, and Ryan had to go do something.
Vlad's got boring or something.
I don't know. Is Vlad boring? I don't know.
I guess he can be. I mean, we all can be, right?
Yeah. Well, you can only cover a topic for so much, and then you find new things about the topic.
Yeah. Yeah, the statutory or the statute of limitations goes up on it. Yeah, and people don't want to talk about it anymore, or whatever. You know. I think I got it.
I get that from you too, dude. Like, why are we still talking about this? We already know.
That's just me. I get tired of it because I have so much on my heart already. I already got so much going on in my mind, and I've got so much going on in my life that when I combine it with the drama in here, I can't deal with it, bro. It's just too much fun.
No, I don't pay attention to the drama in here, dude.
You try not to, but you get tied up in it just like everybody else does.
Well, I kind of learned how to deal with drama when I raised the girls and they grew up.
It's always like sweep for fucking being an asshole. Everybody gets grumpy because everybody's stressing about how they're going to pay for the kids this Christmas and all this other shit. And people get stressed out and it makes them grumpy and it makes them an asshole. I'm telling you, it's just natural.
I just don't want to drag it into here. That's what I'm doing. It's like, why would I want to?
Exactly.
I leave my outside life to another place.
It still has to be commented on and what it is and how and why. You know,
Yeah.
Like the reason why we don't do that. I mean, I love to bitch. Don't get me wrong. I love to bitch and complain. I love to complain about everything 2, 3 times, and then complain about it some more. But does it really do me any good? Sometimes, right? Sometimes it mellows out because it gives me something to do while I'm angry, and then after a while I just get tired of bitching, and then I just go away. I stop, and then I'm done. Sometimes
stop you bitching. Get out the kitchen.
It's like, get out.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, if you can't cook, can't clean. What good are you? Oh, this looks really interesting. He's showing the route from Cape Horn to Sydney and the distance. That was 9,500 miles. You follow where he's going with this, right?
Yeah.
And the other direction is 860 miles from Sydney to Cape Good Hope. That's the distance. He shows you the radius drawn around that. Because the distance from one edge to the other, you follow? This is like the true distance of the Earth. So that doesn't work on a ball, dude. They had to make the ball fit. That's why they didn't cut out longitude and latitude. What they did is they wrapped it around the globe to make it fit. And believe me, we've charted the outside edge of that, and we didn't go, "Oh, that's a ball." No, that was what I think Cook and whatever, and his 3 different pirates he had with him, or captains. I want to say it. Yeah, see, they got 52,800 miles in circumference.
Yeah, I've played that before. Not fun.
Bigger than the ball. Yeah. We'll see how far else he goes with it.
Nautical, or 8,806 statute miles, we have again 9,061 statute miles as the distance between the Cape of Good Hope and Sydney. From the preceding facts, it is evident that the circumference of the Earth, at the distance of the Cape of Good Hope from the polar center, is not less in round numbers than 23,400 miles. Hence the radius or distance in a direct line from the polar center to Cape Town, to Sydney, to Auckland in New Zealand, and to all the places on the same arc is about...
We got it. All right. So, Ryan, I got a cool question for you.
Okay.
All right. Do you have anything you want to share off your channel? Any videos or anything? Just to round this out, if you want to take a few moments and share anything that you have in mind.
Anything planned? No, but
I know you're itching to share something.
No, I'm not. Not really. Not anything that I can share. But the stuff that I want to share, I can't. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no
I'll show you
policy
stuff about COV words, but
yeah, no. I'll tell you what though. Since I got the account with the rock fan, I'm thinking about start streaming over there. We could save like stuff like that because they don't censor it as much as they do here. You can get away with a lot more.
You mean they still censor it?
Well, they'll if you like go in there like showing porn and stuff, yeah, they'll knock you down. But
show nudity though, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
There's just a limit to like how far it can go, right? Like,
yeah. So in other words, like the taboo topics are less frowned upon.
If they have special companies that make hotlines for this shit and they have video chats online, why is it illegal for you to do it? I just don't get that. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
if they can do it and make money off of it and be government funded by it, and then why the fuck can't we do it on our own and not have to get paid for it? You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't we just do it and then not charge anybody? You know what I'm saying? Just offering it for what, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, if that's the way you want to be, why, if they're really truly going to let you do what you want to do and do as thou wilt, then why isn't it that way, right? But they tell you that you can do it, you can do whatever you want, but you can't do it this way. You can't do it that way. You have to do it this other way, right? It's just so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's always some kind of like trick to it. Stupid.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Am I right or am I wrong? You remember when you were a kid and you finally got to do certain things, like when you got big enough and your dad finally gave you a beer or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever, your uncle did or whatever. And you were like, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And your uncle was like, or whatever, whoever did that to you, someone handed you a beer and was like, yeah, you can handle it,
Yeah,
you drank
I have.
And thought it was cool, and you thought you were part of the fucking team, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Thought it was cool. Yeah, of course. I had an uncle that did that. My uncle Don did that when I was younger. Hey, my dad got involved with it.
Every guy in the do that with me because I don't know why they just.
I had to go.
I have no idea why they would targeted me, but they did. Like, I was a kid that everybody like offered drugs to every time. I don't know why, and I guess maybe because my mom did drugs and I always met them at my house, so it was like they were coming to my house to get high anyway. So they just thought that's what it was like, but. They didn't realize that, that was only on the weekends, bro. Like, You know what I mean? Like, mom had parties and whatever, and people did lines in front of me, and people smoked pot and did drugs and whatever in front of me, but it never bothered me none. Usually they didn't do it right in front of me. They would hide it whenever I come in the room, but they didn't, like, go out of their way to make sure that I couldn't notice it or come out of my room and walk in on them doing it. They would just
Yeah, I
light
hear
it on
you.
the couch or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but, the house was always full of cigarette smoke and pot smoke anyway, so
Yeah.
company way. So it was like, it
No,
would be like,
I have walked in on my parents before, dude. I promise you.
what, doing drugs or sleeping?
No. Sex.
I've never caught my parents doing it. I've heard my mom doing it with some guys, but now that it just plug your ears and move on.
Yeah. Well, my dad and mom were quick, man. they
Were they really?
they didn't say anything after that either. It never was brought up again.
Right? Yeah, they would talk about it afterwards. Right?
Oh no.
Just knock it out quick. Well, when you got kids, that's just kind of how it is. You got to do it quick, otherwise you might get interrupted. Nobody wants blue balls. It's fucking not cool when you're in the heat, and then all of a sudden the kid walks in. It's like, okay, I guess I'm not getting mine. It's not like you can just go, give me 30 seconds. You know what I mean? Go back out in the hallway.
Breaks the move, doesn't it?
Daddy's got to take care of something real quick. Mommy's pipes are plugged up. Got to clean them out real quick.
You want to hear the story there, Mr. Ryan? No, I don't want to tell it.
I don't want to hear the story. Unless it's funny and goofy, and I don't want to hear it.
It's not really funny. It was just like it happened so fast. And just like I walked in, I saw a position they were in, and they immediately went like down, like folded up like a chair. It was done. Yeah, they didn't say, "Oh, I got to finish this." No, that wasn't even the issue. The issue is that actually walked in, and at the end of it, you might say.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to remember the exact.
I'll come back and then I'll spank both of your ass with you.
No, it was they had a water bed. Let's put it that way, and it's hard to do it on a water bed if you ever have.
Oh no, it's not. It's not hard to do it on a water bed.
It does move if you have water. Yeah, it'll start right. It's like you'll move around a lot. So it was on the edge of the bed. It wasn't like they were actually in the bed. In other words, they were standing up.
Oh, I got you. Oh, really? They were standing on the bed? That was stupid. But that's how you were supposed to do it, huh?
Well, not standing on the bed. They were leaning against the edge of the bed. One person was standing up, and the other one was bent over the bed.
Oh,
let's put it that way. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, don't tell me your parents never did it like that. You've done it like that.
I swear to you, I never caught my mom doing it. Never. I heard her in the next room. I heard her making noises and moaning or whatever. And I would always tell her, like, that was gross, Mom. Like, try to be more quiet next time. Like, I really don't want to hear that. But then she would do shit. Like, when I got older and I started bitching about it, she just moved me further away in the house. She'd move me in the room next to it. Like, go in the next room then, motherfucker, if you don't like it. You don't like that room anyway. You can just like, it is fucking haunted. That fucking window shuts itself all the time, dude. I never told you the story about my haunted house today. It's still in this town, too. I still live in the same town that this house is at. I'm telling you, everybody who's lived there since that I know of has thought it was either haunted or saw something weird there. I had some kind of weird experience. But I didn't really have an experience. I never saw a ghost. I just got a weird feeling. I found the skeleton key that goes to the doors. And this is an old ass house, like 100 years old or maybe 150 years old. But it's in the downtown part of Antioch. So it's like a really, really old house. And it had like I guess you call it a wood cellar or whatever you call it. It's not really a cellar because anytime the high tide comes in, it floods. So I remember like all my stuff down there got all muddy and wet like a couple times because the tide comes in really high and it just comes right up in there. But there was still like a cellar down there where you could hide stuff and whatever, you could put stuff down there. And the foundation, but the house was like really old, and there was like this. How you got into the cellar is you went outside the second bedroom window, which is where my bedroom was. Right below that, basically, not right below it, but right just off of it. Like the window was there, the opening to the cellar thing was there, and then the window was there, or it was the other way around. I can't remember which one it was, but I could go and look at it. But anyway, this is down the street. But anyway, so, but the cellar, and like I said, I never had any other weird experiences. Just I got a weird feeling when I was in the house. Like I get the creep, like thinking somebody's watching me, or you know how it is. You get that way with any house.
Somebody's watching me.
But when I found the skeleton cave, it was like weird because it was almost like somebody told me to go look in that window. That's what was creepy. If I was really young, I was like 8 or something, 8, 9, maybe 10 at the most. I think maybe somewhere in there, but I was kind of naive, so I still, whatever. So I just thought basically, in my mind, it's just I exaggerated and found the key. But I do remember like, looking through the keyhole and wondering how that key worked and what it would look like, and I thought, well, what are the odds that I would find the key? And something popped into my head, go look in the window in the back room. And I went and looked in there, and there was a fucking key right there in the window. I was blown away by it. I was like, what the fuck, dude? It was like, I literally swear, I was like, I didn't hear a voice, but it's just like in my head, somebody said, go look in the back window, right next to the laundry room, next to the washing machine to dry it. And that's exactly where I went, right to there, right after I heard that in my head, and I went right and I found that fucking key. I was like, Mom, check this out. She's like, what is it? I go, it's a fucking key to the door, and I stuck it in the door, and it actually worked. She was like, holy shit, where'd you find that? I said, it was in the back window. She goes, that's funny. I've looked in that window many a times and opened it and closed that, trying to get it open more, and I've never seen the key in there. I go, I know, I didn't see it either, but it was there. I was like, I don't know where it came from, but it was this time. I just like reached in there, and it was just right there.
See what Jeff Gassad said? He thinks that they're gonna maybe it's a mystery, but I don't know if they're gonna have to fake it. The 24-hour sun. That's just weird. I'm sorry to interrupt you. He's made a comment. I made one to him before. I think there is a different sun down there, dude. From when I first looked at the Arctic shots of the sun, it always looked like it was a smaller sun and it was higher and a different brightness. Yeah, I know it's high, but I mean it's higher from the horizon.
No, I mean altitude.
Yeah, I know it's higher in altitude. Yeah.
How does that work? Like, why? When have you ever been told this in your life, in any school, in any college? When did you ever get told that it was true? Never, right? Never.
No, they don't. They're not going to tell you that until you actually look into the subject, dude. You actually find out the elevation. Well, what do you need to know? Why do you need to know that in like high school?
Why I'm asking is because you would think, like, okay, if you put, let's say you had a small school that was only like 300 or 400 kids, okay, and those kids lived in the same neighborhood and they actually knew each other because they went to school together and they were literally from the same neighborhood, parts of the neighborhood, right? And you put them in the class together with the kids that lived the closest together, right? So you base it on where they live, so they know exactly where they live and all that. So the kids are aware of where they all live. So at any point, you know, like where so and so lives. Like it's not a secret. It's not like a thing that you go after school. And the reason why that's important is because then you mix the kids up. You put the older kids in the same classroom with the younger kids, and you have the older kids helping the teacher teach the younger kids. And then at the end, and then at different parts of the day when the kids are out at recess, then you teach the older kids the stuff that the little kids aren't supposed to know about or that they can't understand, right? And that's the way it worked for years and years and years. And it worked great. And they actually had a lot of kids that came out genius on the opposite side because they were being progressed as quickly as they could actually pick up the material instead of going through a grade and having to only learn a certain amount and being limited or held back or whatever, you know, or the opposite. And then, but they changed it. Now, why did they do that? And we all know they did that to make people stupid. So why would we allow them to do that?
We don't allow them to do it. They're wiser than you are, dude. And it's a class thing, dude.
Every year they get a bunch of people to vote for it, which means that's the reason why I don't believe voting is real anyway. Because they never vote like people want to. I've heard people get together about shit. I remember back in the 80s when that woman, Mondale and Ferraro, that vice president lady, 1980, I believe it was, or right after 80, when whatever her name was.
Democratic.
My mom was big on that. My mom was like, "Oh, we're gonna have the first woman president," and I was all excited about it too because I thought it was neat. You know, like I didn't know any better. I was a kid, right? But it was kind of weird. But it's like I remember when Reagan was president. I remember some of the speeches that he gave. I remember lots of stuff, bro. Which is weird, right? You wouldn't think that I remember any of that, but I do. I remember lots about it. I remember I knew he was an actor, like right off the bat. That was something I knew early on. Most people didn't even. Well, most kids didn't know. But most adults did, of course, because they saw him in movies. But like back then, when I was real little, like most people, they were still watching those movies back then. They were still, you know, repeating them on television and stuff. So it wasn't like those movies are dead like they are now. They're kind of like just gone. You know what I mean? You don't really see them unless you go buy an old movie collection or something. You know, or you go buy the
I just want to comment to Jeff Gassett right quick. Hold on. Yeah, dude, because of even like you heard what Luke was talking about, how the arc goes the opposite direction. If there's a sun further south, it's got to revolve around another point like our sun does. So I think it would arc the opposite direction, and it only comes in during season, just like ours does. Works like clockwork. That's my opinion. I can't travel far back there to go see if there's other continents beyond Antarctica. I think people have tried it. It's hard to do, dude.
Well, just on the way there, you have trouble because not only would the government try to stop you, but then you'd have the Coast Guard trying to stop you just for fear that you go out there and freeze to death or kill yourself.
Well, there are borders, dude. We have borders crossing there too, right?
International waters, and anybody can go in those international waters, and everybody knows that. It's all bullshit. But the point is the military can still come and tell you not to go there. And trust me, you're not going to argue with them when they got fucking 50mm cannons on the fucking deck of their ship, bro. You're not going to fucking argue with them.
Yeah, I know, but why would they have those ships down there patrolling those waters, though? That's my question.
Because they don't want you to know where the fuck you live, dummy.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Obviously, I mean, fucking that's pretty obvious. I mean, you can call it a fucking theory.
There used to be
but it's not a theory. Fucking truth,
no. Yeah, there used to be a girl that used to, actually a woman who actually used to go to a couple of peninsulas out of New Zealand. She'd try to explore, and they stop her and ship her back. They thought she was going to kill herself, so they made her out to be a nut. Because she's a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, right. That way, anybody would just tell on her, and then she get caught.
No, they caught her down there a couple of times. Like, what are you doing down here? I'm exploring Antarctica. She's trying to what they call Antarctica, and she never came back with a whole lot of like other evidence. Than she
never came back at all.
Oh, Discord's here. Hey, Discord.
Who?
Discord.
Kevin?
Say hi, Discord. Hi, Discord. Hey.
I just looked.
Still on. I'm trying to. Still on what? Oh, we're still on. Okay, I get it. Where I thought you were talking, we were still on a subject. No, so I believe that it could be a very well thing that the luminary underneath the lands and lights. There are more. If you look into a lot of the FE core models, and there's other people that have made other models besides theirs that actually have other luminaries, and they do the ketometic things that our planets do. They're in the farther rims. You can't see their full orbits from where we are. That's why it's like Venus and what are the two closest planets supposedly to the sun? They're Venus and Mercury, right? So that was the first depiction I ever saw that they actually are over other parts of the plane, and basically they illuminate a different part, like a sun and a moon. They would appear very small and distant to us because they're further out due to perspective, but that's what they were working with. Who's 21? What's Jeff got talking about? Can you make that out? When he said 21, I'm like, oh, he's talking to Discord. Never mind. I keep forgetting he has a caption in front of this name. 21, the truth is now, people. You heard it, now. Oh, Scott's here. Hey, Scott. I guess everybody's fanning out from all of the shows.
Oh,
that's Payday Monsanto. Oh, he said he watched my opening. I guess Scott's trying to get in. Let's see if Scott's here. No, it's Discord. Yeah. Hey, Discord. How are we doing tonight?
Hey, boys. Just chilling. Very tired, so I just saw you on, so you're my good night thing.
The good night thing. My good night. What's for dinner, Discord? Are you munching on vegan? Are you eating vegan food? I'm just messing.
Sure am.
I've tried the Morning Star and the Boca burgers and stuff. I can eat a Boca burger. They have a good flavor to them. You ever tried one?
What?
It's called a Boca burger.
Yeah, I don't know it. I don't think
they're veggie burgers. That's what they sell in the States.
All kinds of stuff all stuck together with some kind of a whatever it is that makes it fit together. It's pretty good.
It almost has a weird smell.
Burger. It has a weird tasting flavor, but it's almost like a burger. If you once you get used to it, you could probably convince yourself it's a burger.
There's another one called Morningstar.
It's more like dog food than it is anything. It looks like
Yummy.
it looks like it's made like really well made cat food or dog food. Is what it looks like. But you know, it's serious. You know, like it doesn't really look like real meat. It looks like some kind
Luke's
of a
here. Hey, Luke.
You know, loaf or something. You know what I mean? And then you never know what the fuck's in it, right? If this is ground beef, it's one thing.
Paydays in the house.
If it, you know, if it has.
The longer time you eat plant-based, the more you're just gonna end up liking the plants as they are. And
just eat fresh vegetables, man. Why not?
Yeah, I eat a lot of fresh stuff. I prefer hand fruits and hand veggies.
Ryan's fading away. What'd you say?
Really? Yeah, hand sausages too.
He said
I'm having
sausage, ham
I
sausage.
can't hear Ryan as well as before.
Yeah, no, he's been doing it all night. Your mic's crap, man.
I just pulled my fucking microphone out of my shirt, and you're telling me you hear me worse now? That doesn't.
Now we hear you better. That was what we were talking while you were in your shirt. We couldn't understand what you were saying. I actually ate a can of Chef Boyardee spaghetti tonight. That's as close as vegan as I can get.
Yeah.
No, I've had vegan food. I like vegan curries, dude. They're actually pretty decent.
You know the joke in you know the joke in the Peanuts in the Gang. You know that was a joke based on the sound of
the teachers, the adults.
When you heard someone talking on it from a distance, it would sound weird like that. It did. It would sound so fucking strange because all you would hear is like the fucking bass, and it would sound like wah 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 wah. It would did, and then you get closer to it, you could start hearing the voice, and you'd be like, "What the fuck is that noise?" You'd be like, "What is that noise?" And it would be somebody screaming, "Answer the phone, you stupid ass!" You know, like pick up the phone, pick up. Remember when somebody would accidentally put the phone down and then forget to go back and pick it up? And you'd be like, "Dude, answer the phone," because you couldn't call him back because it was off the hook, and you'd be like, "Stupid ass."
All right, you guys want to look at Jim Amos's latest observations he made with his camera, his P900? Oh, does he have a P1000? I have no idea. He's doing some good work. Anybody interested?
Yeah.
Sure.
He just made 2 new ones tonight, so he let us know before he did it.
Well,
sure, he is.
Okay.
Oh yeah, all around the globe. It's the same old song.
How dare you say globe?
Globe. Well, we were debunking the globe earlier. It didn't take much, and I was going over what's that guy Peter Markley. He's saying he's going around debunking flat earthers. He made that claim tonight. Go to my website. So I went to his website. Went through 2 of his videos. They're crap, dude. How big is your Earth?
It's always them
My
asking
shit.
questions that are showing you the evidence for their shit. So I was like, why does that Earth
model? He made a scale model with it.
Why are
Ryan, I think you are inside your shirt again.
What?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, what I just said.
You sounded.
Look, I'm gonna
You're talking in your shirt.
Stuff it up my ass, and then I'm gonna talk to you that way.
Want to hear you fart all night long? Is that what we're gonna do?
I don't fart all night. I only fart whenever I have to fart. I control it. I can make myself fart on
You need more plant-based foods in your diet, sir. Then you can fart all night.
Start eating plant-based food. Start fucking throwing up all the time. Fuck that shit. I was this vegan, vegetarian.
Vegan Steven?
I was a vegetarian for like almost 2 years, and it made me sick. I got really skinny and shit. It was fucked up, dude.
What did you do? I can hardly hear you.
Yeah, he was a vegetarian for 2 years. It made him really sick.
I did. I was really sick for a while. My vitamin levels dropped and everything. I couldn't keep my proteins up. My doctor told me that my iron was low all the time. He had to keep telling me to take iron. I said, no, I'll just eat more eggs or whatever, to get the protein or whatever. But he's
that's not vegan.
No, that's vegetarian, as you said the last time. Yeah.
No.
Because I would eat eggs and things. Because I couldn't give up my milk, bro. If I had to give up milk, I'd die, bro. I can't go without milk.
That was the easiest thing for me.
Why?
I mean,
I love milk though.
Giving up milk,
but
while I was on that diet, I didn't drink hardly any milk, but I did eat lots of cheese and things like that. I had to because I needed the protein out of it. But like I said, I wasn't able to eat enough beans to keep enough protein up on my body. I had to keep supplementing, so I just.
But what did you eat? Not eat broccoli and stuff like that too?
I ate all kinds of food, bro. My wife would buy all kinds of different veggies all the time and always making different stuff for me. Doing
All right.
great.
Guys, watch the screen right quick. I just started playing it. He's trying to hit a star, I think.
Huh? Trying to hit a star?
Jim's trying. I don't know. It looks like he's trying to get it into focus. It's like it's elusive. It's moving around. I think it's the camera. Yeah.
Well, all I can say is I do see some people going all skinny and stuff for a long while, but then they slowly adapt and start gaining weight again. And it was kind of the same with me. I did lose weight in the start and stuff, but I started gaining again. Now I have no trouble holding a weight and all that anymore.
I could never give up butter and all that. There's no way. I couldn't.
I don't need to give up that stuff.
Not good for
I'm just using the plant-based version. I don't really use
Oh,
butter,
dude, it's
but
horrible
I
for
have a plant-based version that tastes the same anyway. Organic version in Denmark.
Well,
I just don't care.
taste, why does it matter what you're eating?
I'm going to give you a good simple way to look at it. Like think about your.
If you could prove to me scientifically, or through food, for you showing me like diagrams of how they tested people's stomachs and all that to see what vitamins you're absorbing, and to show me, I really honestly don't believe it matters either way. I think it depends on what your body's needs are. And my body, I've always crammed my body full of all kinds of vitamins, like flushed it big time with everything. Like I've always been a big eater, and I've never had any real bad health problems except for my back and shit like that, bro, and my mental problems. But I mean, other
Your
than
mental
that,
problems.
well, I'm being honest. Right? I got a abusive kid, man. It fucks you up, bro. It's not easy to deal with. So.
Well, I'm gonna give you probably a good example for what might correlate with your diet, maybe with like prenatals and hospital care and the jibby jab and they like the medical industry capitalizes on diet.
When I saw how they were treating some of the animals, it upset me quite a bit, and it made me not want to eat meat for a while. But like I said, it was about me being healthy, and I can't be unhealthy because of my back problems and degenerative disease. If I don't eat right, dude, it makes my spine break down faster, and it's going to cause me problems in the future. I'm not looking forward to that. So I'm staying on my
But
diet.
see, it's all about what you eat and how much you eat and all that crap that I don't do well anyway myself. But I don't have problem gaining weight anymore and all that. I used to in the start, but not anymore. Now it's my body has completely adapted. I wouldn't even want to eat meat or all that stuff. I find it disgusting now, as I did as a little boy. I find it gross, as I should.
I was raised by a farmer, dude. Like he had a hog farm. My grandfather did, and meat was a staple in the house. That's the way it went.
Oh yeah, dude.
Sure.
Whole crap, sausage, bacon, fucking ham, everything on the table every night, dude. Every day, every morning. Bacon, sausage,
those observations were quick.
Butter, pancakes. Oh man, everything. Smothered in butter, everything.
Smothered in butter.
Yep.
Yeah, my brother used to eat butter like candy bars. He'd eat half a stick of butter at a time.
When I was a kid,
that's
like
disgusting, dude.
That is so gross. Oh
yeah, I know.
But only when it's melted. If it got cold, I didn't like it when it was
he would eat it warm out of the fridge. Just he'd set it on the counter and then eat it like a candy bar. Yep.
Well, I mean, I'll do cream cheese and sour cream. Like, I'll just eat it out of the bucket, but that's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like, you know what I mean? Like
I get it if it's on like rice porridge or something.
Like
rice porridge.
You think I would grill on it? So. Love it,
dude. I've been on for almost 3 hours.
Oh man, nice. I wish my had a teat right on there.
I'm gonna stay on for another 45 minutes. What do you think? That'll work. I want to go back over that Markley video that I screwed up.
I'm never gonna go to sleep like this. Just ignore me. Ignore that.
It sounds some strand different in there.
Oh no, not at all. I can't. You've already said it. It's in the ether.
Not at all. What? It's in the ether? No, the ether doesn't exist. Well, what's going to happen next year? What's going to happen next week or the week after? Everybody changes their mind and decides the ether is true again. I mean, like how many times have we gone through that?
Well, the physicists back in the 1700s and like the 1600s, they called everything the ether, and fire was caused by phlogiston.
Yeah, because we know there has to be something taking up the empty space, if that's true. But that was only based on the theory that everything was empty space, right? It's like, come on now.
Well, they revised that when they added the periodic table and gases and all that. They divided the ether up into several different categories, basically. They didn't change the institution, They just changed the terminology.
They just changed the rules around.
And your world is upside down. This boy started making trouble in my neighborhood.
We are living in the Ethernet, but we are playing on the internet, but we are living in the Ethernet. We're just creating a lower version of it and playing on that now.
Yeah, well, they call them Ethernet cords, dude. They literally do when you plug them into your computer.
They do. That's true. Spelled exactly
I thought that
that
was
way.
odd. Yep.
Yeah.
You know why?
So I think they're. Oh, please tell us.
Well, you know why? I'm asking you.
I don't, dude. I'm pretty sure they stole that from the term ether.
Why everybody's always trying to tell me this and that about this and that? Why do you guys do that when you don't know any more than I do? I don't understand.
We're just speculating what is it though, but I mean, there's not like you can't define it for what it is. It's not anything you.
I know. So we're all just theorizing or philosophizing, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I'm pretty sure Discord is going to go with your basic like Tibetan style frequency. I have spirit bowls myself. I actually have 2 of them, and I gave my daughter one for her 16th birthday. I gave her an actual blessed Tibetan spirit bowl, and she uses it every once in a while. She'll ring a couple of tones out of it. I showed her how to use it, and the vibrations you get out of those bowls actually do set the tone, if you use them properly. And I have a pair of boating balls or whatever you call them, but they're based on the same frequencies. When I actually use them, they cause a rhythm, a noise. It's like you don't it's Benoit. That sounds like
from Benoit. Well, Chris Benoit is a wrestler, but I'm not talking about him. I remember there used to be something called a Benoit ball. I guess it was something that you stick inside of yourself or whatever. I don't know how it works, but I guess
I don't want to know about that, dude. The what ball you stick inside yourself? No, mine actually have a yin and a yang, and they're.
You know what? Well, I don't know what a Hummer is. I found out yesterday that I don't know what. I always thought a Hummer was like, I don't know. I don't know what I thought, but anyway. So.
Well, I know what I thought. I know what I was told a Hummer is, and I've been told by the person doing it.
Somebody gives you quick sex. I guess that's a nooner. I don't know. I get them confused sometimes. Well, a nooner is like when you come home at noon for lunch and you get late.
Yeah,
right?
I've had those. Yeah.
But that could be any kind of sex, right? But when you say the other thing, that's what I thought. I kept getting the two confused, I guess, and I always thought that meant something about sex.
You've never been confused, Ryan. Never.
No. Well, I mean, it does happen, like where I just don't figure it out because it doesn't. It's not obvious. I mean, a lot of times these little tricky things are like something that's made up from an old word that nobody even says anymore. So it's not like my fault that I can't remember all this stupid shit. I am an old man now, and I do have a lot of shit in my brain, even though most of it is scrambled and hit and miss. The majority of it
scrambled stuff in there.
Well, yeah, shit gets mixed up, of course. There's a lot of shit to remember, bro. Like, I'm trying to go back and remember all the stuff that I learned as a kid. I can't remember all that. But I can remember the majority of it. I can remember, like, scenes, like points in life, like when I learned certain things and learned about certain things and how it changed and molded who I was and how I looked at the world and everything.
Yeah.
I remember those moments, but I don't necessarily remember learning, like, how to add 2 and 3 together and get 5. I don't remember that. It just occurred to me that that's how it works,
Were they magic moments you had?
No, it's just I don't remember not knowing how to read or write. I just don't remember it. I don't remember any point of looking at a sign and thinking, what does that say? I remember asking how to pronounce it because we couldn't, sound it out. But I don't remember ever not understanding how to read what each letter was and I don't remember that. And I remember
tell that to some people that drive cars, dude.
I remember being 2 and 3 years old and knowing what things said. I remember calling out Pepsi, and I remember calling out every store that we went by. I call out the name of the store every time. I don't know whether I knew it because I knew the shape of the sign or whether I knew the actual words, but I did. Somehow I knew where I was going, and you know what I mean? Like, I remember reading street signs and everything. when I was real little. Like I don't
Okay,
know
what's
how.
your earliest memory? Go ahead, spill it out. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
My earliest
Back in
memory?
the good old days.
I think my
Yeah,
earliest
back when I was like 3.
no, I think I was about 2 or so. I remember there was this neighbor kid that had a lizard, and he kept telling me that if its tail fell off, that it would grow a new one. So when he wasn't looking, I pulled the head off of it to see if it would grow back.
You pulled the head off. Nice.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I don't remember doing it. I just remember being there. I remember it happening. I remember being scared that, oh shit, it stopped moving. You know, like because it didn't do that. Because I remember he showed me he pulled the tip of the tail off of the thing and showed it to me.
That's
so I was
possible.
all thinking, wow, that's fascinating. And he's like, yeah, it'll grow back in like 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm you know, me being a kid and not understanding that a head is more important than a leg. You know, I found out the hard way. And I remember there was a couple other things I did. I killed some chickens once because I watched the guys go out there and slaughter the chickens to cook them, right? And pull the feathers out. And they would just walk up and they would just yank on their neck and they would snap it, right? And then it would just run around and then it wouldn't bleed or make a big old mess. You know, but that's how they would kill them is they just yank and they'd snap their necks and then they'd run around for a while and then they'd cut their neck after and then whatever, you know. But I remember watching this and I was like 3 years old, maybe 2. And I saw him doing it. So the next day I was out there and I killed 3 or 4 chickens before they stopped me. I don't know how I did it at 2 years old, but I did. I killed a whole bunch of chickens by yanking their heads because I thought that was what I was supposed to do. And then there was one other time where I took a bunny and I smacked it on the ground, smacked his head on the ground and killed it. I don't remember it at all, but my grandma tells the story.
You are evil little boy.
Yeah, you're a bastard, dude.
Yeah, I guess I was, huh? But I had to understand, you know, like
You're like one of those horror movie kids walking, you know, where in the start of the movie the kid goes around killing stuff for a little animal.
He's torturing squirrels in the backyard.
No, I never tortured
and shoot them.
I don't like warm-blooded animals. No, I'm not into that. But I don't remember killing the rabbit, but I do remember pulling the lizard's head off. I do remember feeling bad about it. You know, like even at 2 years old, I felt bad.
At least.
Like, I realized I fucked up when it stopped moving around. Because when he pulled the tail off, it didn't seem to mind. It just ran around and hid behind a rock. You know, like I don't even remember like how I did it or how I got into the cage. It must have been in his room on the floor or something where I could get it.
Maybe as a kid you actually were possessed for a while, and you just were taking over for a while when it happened, and then came back when it was done.
No, because then wouldn't I have experiences where I tried to do it with kids? I mean, you know, like if I was really a serial killer or something, then wouldn't I have tried to kill people at some point? Nah, never really thought.
Well, you'd be labeled as a psychopath, dude. That's it. They would if you would have came out doing that. Yeah, the kid's psychopathic, dude.
Yeah, these days a child like that, yeah.
That's you know how many fucking friends did shit like that? I caught them doing shit like blowing the cat's tail off and shit. Dude, I know a lot of kids that did shit like that. Weirdos, yeah, they were weird, but you know what? They grew up to be perfectly normal people. Besides those couple things he did it. Yeah.
You don't know what they got down in the basement.
Well, no, I don't. But I also know that they're punks. So I'm not trying to mess around and find out what's in their basement, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not the highway anyway. Like,
we ain't doing that.
But yeah, I wish that would happen. Like I would find out there was a serial killer in the neighborhood and then catch his ass, and yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, especially if you could catch some fucking psycho.
Yeah, catch some psycho. That'd be fun.
Don't become like Dexter, dude.
Version 4. But yeah, and in somebody's life, it's not a joke, bro. Like at all, it's not a joke at all. You know, like when somebody's life ends, it's a very serious thing. You know, like,
crazy thing is, the nicest and smartest people are usually the ones who ends up being the psychos behind the scene. No one would ever expect.
Hey, Jono.
I always just warn people ahead of time because I have the ability to go crazy because I have so much pent up anger from being abused. So, and I can't guarantee that if you piss me off, button, thinking that you know you're just going to get back at me for whatever thing I said to you or whatever, and you try to hurt me, but you get me the wrong way, and I snap, and something bad might happen. That's all I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
don't trigger the memories.
Don't poke the bear. Yeah, don't fuck with me in that way. Don't ever go to that place. You know, like I don't know what might happen. You know, like
that's the only place you don't really want to mess with, Ryan. I would understand, man.
No, most of the time I will work stuff out socially. I won't fight. Like I'm not a fighter, really. but I will make people think that I'm going to hurt them because it's the only way that you're going to listen to you,
But if
bro.
people start pushing
I'm
you and
very
shit,
good at
that's another
voicing.
story.
I'm very good at being loud and boisterous and scaring the shit out of people, even though they're not normally scared of people like me. But because I'm so, wacky and I do the crazy shit, people don't know what to think about me, and it keeps them just enough thrown off that they don't fuck around with me and they don't mess with me.
Excuse me, guys.
They consider me a friend, but they don't come over and fuck around with me and try to tell me what to do because they know better. They know I'm not that kind of person. I don't take lightly to someone telling me what to do.
I think your friend Dave's pretty bold. He comes over and he starts telling you what to do every once in a while.
Yeah, but I do that to him. We do that to each other. We enjoy that. That's fun.
So you guys are having fun.
I like it because he's the only one. He's always the one that's taking all the hits because he's the one that's always screwing up everything. But he don't know when I screw because I don't tell him. I don't brag about it whenever I'm dumb and I catch myself being stupid. I don't advertise.
Juno thinks it's all adding up now, buddy. He figures you out. You're a psychopath.
Well, yeah, you might. You have to ask him. I know that the time when I killed when I should say I had to kill the possum, he was freaked out by that. I don't even know why. I thought it was quite funny. I was just trying to kill the thing quickly so it wouldn't suffer. I felt bad because I shot it and I was trying to kill it instantly. I wasn't trying to make it suffer. And when I paralyzed the poor thing, and then when you kill them, you've got to basically pierce their heart. It's the only way to kill them. So that's what I was trying to do, and I took my fuck knife and I stabbed that sucker like 7 or 8 times. And
no.
he was like, "Bro, dude, are you serious?" And he was like, "Damn, bro, I've never seen you do something like that."
Well, the first thing I ever killed was a snake, dude. I had a whole bunch of copperheads that were buried underneath my porch. And I would sit out the edge of the porch and just wait for them to crawl out, and I'd cut their heads off. Whack!
Oh. Well, that's nah.
Yeah. Well, I don't feel so sorry for them if they're poisonous.
We used to kill. Only one way to deal with a snake, right? You grab it by the tail and you swing it in a circle so it can't bite you, and you smack it on the concrete, and it knocks it out, and then you can just.
Dude, it's just easier to cut their head off, dude. If you got a shovel, that's what I was doing.
Well, yeah, if it happens to stick its little head out while you're standing there with a sharp shovel, yeah, I can see you doing that.
That's what I was doing.
That would be the way to do it. Yeah.
Sit there and wait it out for the snake to finally come out at some point.
That's the way I would want to do it too.
I notice you or bite you and come around the other side and snap your ass.
Chop, and then there's dinner for the cat.
Fuck with things that can bite and kill me. If it can only bite me, that's one thing. Like most snakes can't kill you, but
back on the farm when my grandparents, when I was much younger, we used to actually kill live chickens for Sunday dinner. So we'd actually we had a stump out back, just take their head out and whack. And then you watch them run around.
I mean, why don't you eat snakes if you eat fish?
This year. At all. Not seeing
Fish
paper
and
wax
snakes.
anywhere.
Well, when you shoot your first deer, you learn that you don't care anymore after that.
No, I've never shot it, but I would. Like my dad took me hunting, and I could have shot one, but we just didn't see him.
I learned how to track them and how to kill them, pretty much, and then dress them.
How you track them is you go out there and you spend 2 or 3 weeks spotting, and you go out there and you sit in a fucking tree and you wait it out and you watch and you wait.
Yeah.
And you
where I'm from, you didn't have to really go that far in order to track them.
You can buy a book that will tell you how to track animals, but I mean it's a little harder to just do from scratch. But if you have any,
you learn their footprints, you learn how deep it is, you learn how old it is, and that's where you find the first game. Dude.
Yeah, right. And then you follow the freshest trail, and that's usually how you'll figure out where they bed down, they have watering holes, and they have feeding spots, and you can usually find all 3.
Well, they're overpopulated where I'm from, dude. Like there are so many.
Yeah, here in California, there's lots of deer out there. Like maybe this year there's a little bit less because of the drought and shit, but that's it. Mm-hmm. We had an Indian summer. I don't know if it's Indian. It wasn't really hot this year. It was more like just dry, and it just didn't rain. This is the first rain we've got, and it's not even really raining. It's just sprinkling and keeping the ground.
Excuse me.
Let's see about that, Raj.
Yeah, you got to watch what you're hitting. Anyway.
You're excused. Don't worry about it.
No problem. I just got a fresh batch of salts and CBD. So
the good stuff.
Well, I saved the good stuff for later. I got the pure dab stuff. I don't touch it every day. Just whenever I need to relieve the pain, dude.
Yeah.
You want to find out about buoyancy and foosball? Anybody ready to hear like an interesting video? Come on.
It gets high because they want to. Well, I mean, it does help dull the pain, but that's
I did a rebuttal on it. Yeah. This is Peter Markley. I played him earlier, and I did a rebuttal, but it wasn't showing on the stream, so I want to redo it again. I was talking about
Peter.
He looks more like a marked up Peter.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? All right, I'm going to play this. Guys, feel free to interject anytime you hear something stupid. Ready?
I was out thrifting with my wife, and we saw this mini foosball table. I like to use foosball figures to help flat earthers understand buoyancy. See, flat earthers don't believe in gravity, but we obviously know that things fall downward. If that force isn't gravity, then what is it? Here's where flat earthers fall into different factions. The Austin Whitsitt faction says electrostatics, whereas the Nathan Oakley faction says density and buoyancy.
All right. Any comments there, guys? Got anything to say about it? Are you in the Nathan Oakley camp? Or are you in the Whitsitt camp? Where are
I'm
you?
not nobody's camp. I'm in my fucking. Fuck all you guys. You can believe whatever the fuck you want.
I know, but it's just funny that he's stereotyping us with people we don't even agree with, and necessarily they're entitled to have their own opinions too.
That's probably people going, "Oh, so if you ain't in any of the camps, then why are you even speaking to us?"
Oh no,
you don't have any. You can't talk if you're not in the camps.
Now that's called like if you want to.
That's called like you gotta be in the camp to talk.
I know. Pretty funny, I think. This boy is a hoot. All right, let's see what else he's got to say.
As a side note, when I was green on this topic, I tried to steelman their position and arrived at a concept far better and more coherent than any that I've heard them use.
Oops. Now, you sure he did? You sure he got a better concept of force times mass equals gravity? Is that what he's saying? That's a better equation? I want to see his experiments, dude. I want to see how he tested that out.
You know this kid? You know what he looks like? You know how like when you get a Q-tip and you pull off the tip of it and there's just still a little bit of glue holding on some of the scraggly on the sides around the tip?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what this guy reminds me of.
Well, he called us a cult to start with, so he made a whole video about Flats and his cult.
You know what I'm talking about? You're just thinking in like another 10 years he's going to have no hair at all. It's going to all be like just comb over like 3 or 4 hairs up there and it's going to be all around the side like mine.
You should go look at his channel page, dude. It's full of crap. We'll play some more of his brilliant equations he's got. He went with the analemma to build a globe model.
He looked a lot younger last time we saw him, but in the daytime he looks like an old guy.
Oh, he does.
He's got a couple of hairs there, receding hairline across the front of his forehead there.
He's wet behind the ears. All right.
Oops, I guess I overestimated them.
Anybody know what
is an effect of gravity? Buoyancy an effect of gravity.
Sup, Jim?
I don't know, but have
you ever
anybody here?
Have you ever birthed a cow or an animal of any kind on a farm?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so then you know what years means, right?
Kind of. I don't know where you're going with it.
Baby firstborn, the last place that dries out is ears, right? Like they're wet behind the ears. That's like when you can tell how old the puppy is by how wet they are.
How wet behind the ears are. Yeah.
As the hours go by, the mama licks them until they finally dry out, or they should lick them and then they dry out. You know what I'm saying? But there's always that puppy in the corner that's got all fucked up and he's got like a spike on his forehead or something because the mom hasn't got to him or he wandered off or something. Anyway. But yeah, you can always identify things.
Oh yeah, especially the little pumpkin here that thinks that we think gravity causes buoyancy. Like, all right,
we bred dogs all the time, and we always stand at the door and watch the dogs do it. The whole family would.
It gets worse. Pay attention.
Stuff that's creepy. Like, I mean,
why?
Because I get abused, and so then after, when you're trying to like act normal. And when somebody brings up sex, especially when you see 2 animals doing it, it's kind of uncomfortable because it brings back memories, and then you're trying to and you don't know really how to react to it. You don't know whether to make fun of it and goof around and then make yourself look stupid, or and I've always spent my life trying to do that, make fun of things that I don't really like to talk about or that make me uncomfortable.
You get nervous and you start joking hard.
Right. Yeah. or when I just get tired of the same shit. Like when I get tired of people fighting over shit or bitching at each other or telling each other you're wrong. That's all we do is sit around and bitch about other flat earthers. It gets old, dude. That's not what I'm here for. Like I get it. It's fun to go after people, and especially when they got some crazy idea and they haven't figured it out yet or whatever. But it's like, man, why can't you give people a break, bro? Like, why do you gotta get so angry? And like, I just don't understand that, bro. It's just starting to frustrate me. It's like, when is that gonna be me? Am I gonna be next on the list? Like, am I gonna be the next one that says something that's not quite in bounds, and then everybody's gonna fucking disassociate with me or something, or what?
Yeah. You know, I know what to talk about.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
you
saying?
gotta, you gotta have a standard though. That's what I'm looking at, especially when you're dealing with
There's
physical things.
always going to be something that eventually that comes along that we have differences about, right? That might even be some moral issue that you have a problem with. So it's like, I've noticed that Mandela effect has that problem on a lot of people.
Luke
Like they
stuck a video in.
go into fucking 5 or 6 different little categories, and that's just and Mandela effect is, to me, is just fucking stupid when you think about it.
Well, there's some evidence I actually got to look at, like when it comes to holders.
100% real, or something we don't understand is being done. Some kind of technology we can't even imagine is being
Well,
done
if it is,
if it's not real.
but if it's spiritual, then there ain't much you can do about it.
No, for real, for sure.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's spiritual, there ain't shit you can do about it because you don't. I mean, until you learn how to use your spiritual gifts, I don't know how to use them. I mean, they act up every once in a while, and I get a notice of them, but I don't know anyway. I really don't.
Hey, gentlemen, go to the chat right quick, and Luke actually put a sun calculator that he's got in there. It looks pretty neat. I was letting you guys know. Yeah. He posted it in there. Thanks,
Calc
Luke.
it up.
Appreciate it. Calc the sun calculators. Yeah, I think I've seen this version of it too. It shows you the arc of the sun and over the area you're at.
How many times have we talked about this, Roger? Offline. How many times have we had that conversation?
I know. Luke just put it in the chat, dude.
No, I know.
I'm going to save it to my computer.
It's a dead horse as far as I'm concerned, because I don't. Because you know what's funny is that every once in a while I'll get a wild hair about something, or something will start tingling. You know what I mean? You know how you get those things where something keeps coming up in conversation, and you're like, why does it keep popping? Like, and so you start doing a little research on it, and then you find things. And it's like how God or whoever the spirit, I don't know, whoever it is leading me. But my own brain tells me to go look in places, and I find things, and it's not fucking right because it fucks my head up. And I don't know whether to believe that it's really true or whether I'm just imagining it, but it fucking happens way too often for me to just throw it away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know most of it is just me guessing because I'm good at knowing people. I'm good at watching people, and I'm careful. I'm very crafty. I'll sit and watch people, and I'll study them. How do they act? How do they react to everything?
He's crafty,
I get
dude.
somebody. Well, whatever you want to call it. Some people call that craziness, right? They think, well, you're crazy if you do all that. Why would you do it? I don't know, but it seems fascinating, right? Especially like someone that's talking to you, or they're really good at talking, or they're really, really smart, and they don't ever argue with people. But like Jesse, he's one of those people. He fascinates me because he's the opposite spectrum as me, but yet he gets along with people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's to me, that's the opposite. That messes my head up more than when everybody just says the same shit and does the same thing. But he doesn't. He does it differently. And so that makes me wonder, like, is he just some kind of special? Like, is there something that, like, do I need to be paying attention? You know what I'm saying? Or am I missing something here? Or am I being led to these people because they're like me? Or like, sometimes I wonder, like, why God or whoever's leading me leads me this way. Right?
I know what you mean right there. I think
like, why do I keep
to reflect.
like you and I talk a lot, and we've had a lot of conversations, but it's like weird because it's like we don't agree on a lot of shit, but we do agree on a lot of stuff too. It's like it's, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird and icky because it's like sometimes I just want to have a conversation and we can have one, but then there's other times where it gets all iffy and weird because we have so much differences in our beliefs. You know what I'm saying? And I, you know what I mean? And it's ezy to offend people and their religious beliefs. Especially,
but it
I
never
do that because I do it all.
Get angry at each other or anything like that.
Well, normally I'll make fun of it. Like I'll make fun of my own religion, then I'll make fun of theirs. Just to kind of break the ice. And sometimes I go too far with it because I'm just trying to like keep it light because I'm not trying to fight with somebody. I'm trying to just get it all talk about it or whatever. But you can I don't know. I can usually tell when somebody wants to talk about something.
You remember in the wintertime when you used to have to turn on the faucet just to drip a little bit, so it wouldn't freeze
well,
up?
I didn't have to do that, but I remember when people would tell me, yeah, make sure when you're outside and you use that hose on the side, make sure you leave it dripping, otherwise it'll freeze solid. And I'm like, yeah, but it still freezes. It just doesn't freeze solid. There's just a little pee coming out. But yeah, that's about all you're going to get. But
it's
luckily,
constant, dude.
it slowly does clear it, yes. But I'm saying, like, when it's frozen, bro, it's pretty much solid, man. Except for
you
that
get
little
my
pee
analogy yet? You might in a minute.
Well, no, most of the time, I remember when we used to go outside and dump hot water on the pipe. I remember that. I remember a couple apartments I lived in, we did that too, because it was the only way to get, especially when there was a backup or something, they'd use hot water, boiling water down in the sewer line to get it to break up. It was always grease or something. And usually boiling water works every time. You dump enough hot water down the drain and it clears up.
I want to finish up with Markley for a minute. Let's see what he's like. He's got more fun things to say, I'm sure.
It makes no sense to use that as a substitute for gravity, let alone as proof against it. But I've had flat earthers struggle to grasp how a downward force could produce upward motion. And that's when I bring up the foosball figures. The physics are not identical.
Now, how does that work as an downward motion that causes upward motion? That's what I'm trying to figure out. the foosball table, you put it up on its side, and then voila, gravity.
Nickel, but analogous. Here we can plainly see the class 1 lever mechanism that allows a larger downward force on the feet to not only cancel, but over.
What are you saying?
You know that,
doesn't
right?
Make no.
They're symmetrical. They're not. No.
Yeah,
bullshit.
I know. And it is. This is
heavier on one side. They don't flop around. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to spin them like that. They're
So this is.
Where you, come on, dude. Let's see. Like this is what you're talking about. When things are obviously not true. When he starts denying shit like that, that's what he's doing. He's basically representing himself as this. I'm about to lie. This is how liars do it. They tell you they're going to lie by telling you certain things. They pull it out. They start talking about how you're doing something, and it's always them putting it in because that's what they're thinking, right?
Well, that doesn't make Markley a liar, does it? Is that what you're saying?
They never say, "What do you believe?" They never ask me, "Well, what do you believe the Earth looks like? What do you and what convinced you?" They never ask you that. No. They always just come and tell you, "Well, this is what I think you know or what you believe because this is what a flat earther believes." No, you're wrong. Because I know lots of flat earthers and they all believe something different. Trust me, every one of us does. So don't give me the bullshit. But we all do kind of have our own beliefs. And it's all based on, and it has to do with religion and all different things, not just one thing, but it's a lot of different things. And I've seen a lot of people do a lot of shit with their own family and their own friends over it too. And I
what would any of us believe if we didn't have any of it available?
Well, I'm just saying, like this. Would it be so bad to go back to being stupid again? No, I don't think it would. In a way, it would kind of be easier, right? Because then at least I wouldn't be able to sit around just thinking about how shitty life is because somebody's fucking me over every day. And it's constantly there. Somebody's just waiting for me to slip so they can fuck me over. That bothers me, dude.
Who's doing that, though?
Everybody is. The DMV is. Everybody's always fucking you somehow. The city of Antioch is fucking me. Everybody's fucking me.
That sounds like politicians to me, dude. That's what sounds like who's fucking you.
My fucking property or my stuff. Or they're fucking telling me what I should be doing. Or they're trying to find me so they can make some money. And I'm sick and tired of it, bro. It's not even legal. It's not even fucking legal. But they've been getting away with this shit for years. I'm so sick of it, bro.
It is legal, but it's not lawful. That's how they get us.
That's just politics, dude. That really is. This politicians trying to screw you out of what you got.
You know what? I'm going to get to the point where anytime I deal with fucking police, I'm just going to put them in their fucking place. You know what I'm saying? I'm not playing games anymore, bro. I'm tired of this trying to be nice shit. Because they always want to play a game. It's always a fucking game where they're trying to like, just tell me what you want to know, motherfucker. Don't play fucking head games with me. I'm not some kind of little kid that you can trick into telling you the truth. Okay? If I have some knowledge that's going to help you with your case, I will help you. But I'm not going to help you if you try to get it out of me by treating me like a fucking 2-year-old or by pinning me down and putting me in cuffs and telling me you're going to hold me until you figure out what's going on. That's only going to piss me off and make me sue the fuck out of you.
But you might get a lollipop when you leave.
No.
No,
when I leave, I'm going straight down to the fucking law office and filing some suit against your ass. That's exactly because that's not how you treat a fucking other person.
Lollipops, then.
And you especially don't walk up on somebody in the fucking black of night in the middle of fucking nowhere with just a flashlight and not identify yourself as a cop. You don't do that because that's how you get killed, bro. That's not a joke. And I had Antioch PD walk up on me in the fucking dark, in the middle of nowhere, just with a flashlight, and would not. I said, "Who the fuck are you? Identify yourself." And the dude just kept walking at me with a flashlight, didn't say shit.
Huh.
And I told him,
nice,
dude, I could have shot you. You didn't identify yourself. That's by law. You have to identify. And he's sitting there telling me, "I don't give a fuck about." Like, no, motherfucker, don't even come near me. You ain't touching me. Don't even come around me, bro. You ain't making me do shit, and you ain't searching me. None of that shit. You're gonna have trouble right now, because because he started threatening and accusing me of shit. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? You just came up to me in the middle of fucking nowhere and trying to lie at me and didn't identify yourself, and now we're having this conversation. Fuck
Get
you,
him,
dude.
Rye.
Yeah, there you go. Show him who's boss. Did you see what Anus said?
When we're in court, you're not going to be able to convince the judge this is a good idea to send a helicopter and ship cops to catch somebody that didn't do anything wrong, bro. Like literally.
The guy got arrested at Walmart the other day, man. They were like at least 12 patrol cars there for one guy. I swear to God, dude. Yeah, and all he was stealing was groceries, dude.
It was to your manager. That's a show part. Because your manager's the one who called the city and said, hey, this is becoming an issue, and they complained, and then this is how the cops do it. They get told. The mayor tells them, hey, look, Walmart's over here bitching that you're not doing your job. So you got to go over there and make a fucking show of it. So that's what they do. Yeah. Yep. That's always how it is. Otherwise, they could care less what happens to anybody, bro. They just driving around and doing their own thing, bro. I'm telling you. And that's what I do if I was a cop. I just stand the fuck away from everybody that's dangerous, bro. Like, I'm not trying to get shot. I'm not trying to jump out and pull a gun on somebody just because they happen to look funny or they just happen to be black. No, I'm good, bro. I'm not that stupid, bro. I've lived on the street. You don't fucking treat people like that. They'll kill you for that, bro. It's not a joke. They will shoot you, even if you're not wearing a costume, bro. You don't do that to people, bro. You just don't do that. Yeah. And you don't ever comes out guns a-blazing, or you're going to get guns pulled on you.
Guns a-blazing.
It's not a
I
joke.
only mess with old white dudes.
I only mess with old white dudes. That's going to be you one day, this Lord.
They seem to be the most fun.
If I came in the house and told my dad or told my uncle that somebody in the neighborhood pulled a gun on me, my uncle would literally go over there with a fucking assault rifle and threaten the son of a bitch's dad and tell him, if I ever see your kid outside with a fucking loaded weapon again, I'll shoot the son of a bitch. That's exactly how we deal with that kind of shit, bro. We don't fuck around. You don't give a kid a 22 rifle and send him outside to play with it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what people do in the boonies, right? And so, but usually you teach your kid how to use a weapon, and you don't just send them out there to be killing your neighbor's dog and shooting the birds out of the trees. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they make enemies real quick, dude. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying there's a way to. Yeah, anyway, I know I'm going everywhere with the story.
Oh yeah, he's been all over the map so far. I'm gonna watch more of little Markley here make a fool out of himself. But right off the bat, he just comes off as a liar, and he's trying to make us look bad just because we've done our own research and made our own opinions on this shit. So
there's a pattern here. Every day when we meet up, it's always like, "Did you see that video?"
Yeah. Did you see that video?
And then after you ask me if I saw the video, and then you ask me all the questions, then you tell me what you saw, and then basically we spend all the time talking about that.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Well, no. I'm not saying anything wrong with it, but like, couldn't we make it like we live it? Let's get some people on the show.
Well, when they talk directly about people you know and you on their video, it's
people live.
Yeah.
On the street.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've done that in my own with just walking up people.
Go out there with a fucking sign, a big kick me sign. I'm talking about just going out there like nonchalantly, like putting the word out there and giving people a brochure or whatever, just doing your own thing without being a dick and without driving around in a fucking car with spray paint on the side of it like an idiot. I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm saying it's an idiot thing because I think that only an idiot would do that. But that's just my opinion. I understand that a lot of people have that kind of gumption about it. Yeah. They're okay with that. But for me, that's like putting a target. It's like walking around in a field in a shooting range with a target on your ass. You know what I'm saying? You're asking for trouble. You know what I'm saying? You don't paint a big red spot on your ass and then walk around on a gun range. It's not a good idea.
Ryan. No, I've talked to you on the phone, and I've actually told people about flat Earth while you were standing there. You've heard me do it, dude. I don't walk around with a sign, and if somebody comes in wearing a NASA shirt, I'll make a comment to them. We'll go back and forth with them. Yeah, I've done that. And they didn't get mad at me.
No,
but I've gotten a couple of people run away from me.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I've never, nobody's ever run from me, but I have triggered lots of my friends. I've had my friends go off on me and just sit there and belittle me and say, "Oh, stupid I am," and just like the Globies do, just like on the show, like anti-flat earthers. I'm like, "Wow, bro, really? Where did all that come from?" And so what I realized though is that the first time, but see, what I realized though is the first time I mentioned flat Earth, it really set in on him, and he didn't say nothing to me about it. But he went and he was looking for evidence, and I think he found out that he couldn't find a bunch. And he never said nothing about it. Then he comes over the other day and he goes, and I said something about I said something about flat Earth, not directly, but I hinted to something, and he was like, "Oh, I thought you didn't believe in that anymore." I was like, "What? Who told you that?" He's like, "Well, you've never mentioned it since that time we talked about it." I said, "Well, when people act like a complete asshole and lose their fucking mind in your backyard and belittle you and your best friend right in front of you, all your best friends, like in the backyard, right in front of everybody," I said, "it kind of makes you not want to say something, you know?" And he just looked at me really funny. He goes, "No, I really did. I thought you like." I go, "Why would I stop believing the truth, bro?" And then I walked away. I didn't say nothing else to him. I just say, "Why would I stop believing the truth, bro?" And he just looked at me all like, he just looked down like, I know he can't find the fucking evidence. He can't find it. That's why he ain't come over and prove me wrong. He's that kind of person. I know he wants to. He wants that evidence so bad he can taste it. He wants to be able to come over here and smear it in my face. I know he does.
Does he?
He's like, he's that stepbrother kind of kid, you know, like he's that kid, like, you know, stepbrother. Go ahead.
Luke sent me this. This is the Antarctic Sun's calculator. You ready? I'm going to share it. I'll take a look at her. This is from the Luke man himself. So this is supposedly the trajectory. That's not over the South Pole, though. Look at it. You see what I'm saying? You can put that anywhere. It'll actually.
What's this now?
This is the sun calculator. It's showing you where the sun's going to be at anywhere at a given point. So we can take it over Antarctica. We can take it down further. Go back.
I was just going to ask how the fuck is going to help me, but no, I get it.
No, it's not going to help anything. It's just like you can know where they're predicting it to be.
Well, I could go and make a bunch of predictions, and then you could look at that and you could do the same thing, couldn't you?
Oh, not I guess. I got to get this pen to move. I just moved it, not on purpose.
You get something wrong with that?
It's not
I could tell you it's made out of cheese, and I could probably be right. I could tell you it's made out of wiggles. I could tell you that it's made out of wiggles, and that I'd be right because I got actually video of it. I got proof.
Well, you got film of wiggles. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, but that doesn't prove what they are, though. That's the point.
I don't give a shit. You saw it, and you know damn gonna well that ain't nothing you've ever seen in your fucking life ever. Not even close, bro. That probably gave you the chills like it did me. I was like, what the fuck is that?
No, it didn't give me the chills. It made me ask a question like, what the fuck is that?
You
really?
Me go, the fuck? It makes me scared to want to go up there and find out, bro. Like, something fucking dope. What? Like, huh? Wiggles? No. Coming out in the backside of the moon? Like, what the fuck? Climbing up there to the edge of the moon. That's fucking wicked, bro. That's crazy fucking loopy shit, bro. That made my mind flip over 3 or 4 times, bro. Like, fold like an egg, bro. Like, folding the fucking arms.
Hold on a minute. I think Luke's coming in. He wants to demonstrate this calculator. Can almost. Yep, there he is. Hold on.
Why are the wheels?
Hey, Luke, how you doing today?
Hey guys.
Lucky Luke.
Yeah, this is not a prediction. This is not a prediction. This is what was observed last December.
Okay.
So that's not a full
sun calc is based on observations. Now I've never been to Antarctica, but it's just been confirmed by my father a couple of weeks ago that the sun was setting south to the west. Now on the globe model, it should be. Have you ever heard old Tony Drake from Australia talk about this?
I've only heard him once. He was on somebody's show, and
I thought he was just a crazy old.
So we live on a concave Earth.
He was, he'd say, I live in southwestern Australia, and the sun here sets down to the south of west. I'm like, what do you want about, mate? You crazy.
So it arcs over the south, right? So you get an arc toward the south.
Yeah. So I got on the phone to my dad a couple of weeks ago. So this is October, and I said, Dad, do me a favor. They reckon this website reckons that the sun is going to be setting south of west. And he said, bullshit. I go, I'll tell you what, the sun's about to go down in an hour, I'll tell you. And so anyway, he walks out to the backyard. He says, bugger me. It's right. And he was checking the compass and going off Google. And so the sun is apparently rising south of east. Now, if it's circling around the Tropic of Capricorn, which is way north of Australia, it's in the northern part of Australia, we should see the sun coming up to the north. But observations, as Jono has just confirmed in the chat, and he's in the northern part of New South Wales, he is confirming that what this sun calc is saying, that the sun is rising south of east.
I can go anywhere with this thing, dude. It's pretty cool.
Yep. And so it's freaky. So when you the further you go down, you'll see that the sun is rising and setting further and further and further to the south till you get to Antarctica, and it's showing a 24-hour sun. So what this suggests is they know they've had this up their sleeve for a while, even though there's technology putting it out there for all to see, that this is based on observations. And they know that it's going to be a 24-hour sun, and they've gagged people who work down there, because you probably have to sign a contract and you can't take videos or whatever. And they're going to go down there and they go, hey, look at that. And you guys signed a contract saying that if you see this, you're going to say that the Earth's a globe, which we know it isn't.
Yeah.
That's why I said the other day, Roger, like don't get involved with that, because at least in a contract anyway. If you can.
Oh, no, I'm not going to. When I first saw, like back in, I think 2010, 2012, when I first got a glimpse of what the Antarctic sun looked like in videos, it looks different than the sun we have here. From what I remember, it was like smaller and yellow and really bright compared to what I've seen the sun do in our part of the world. It just looked different to me. So I always thought that there's something off, you know?
Well, I think that if anything out there, it'll be fake and made to look fake, so that they can have this. There's mystery, isn't it? Like the average person will say, yeah, the average globe would say, yeah, there should be a 24-hour sun, just like there is in the North Pole. Why haven't we seen that? Oh, you know what? These flat earthers might be onto something here, because I tell you what, if there's not a circling sun, that'll mean that the sun, the world is flat. Wow! And then in December, all the normies will go, yeah, okay, it is a globe, the fucking flat earthers. What do they know? What's going to happen?
Well, they're trying to make us look crazy, but that's what they're trying to do now.
Absolutely.
We're looking at Markley's little video, and he is actually crazy, dude. You saw his analogy with the foosball table being like the replacement for gravity, like the way Peter Markley. I'll show you. Okay, cool. He calls us robothanists, and we're a cult. Like literally. He came on Flatsoids and accused us of being one. Let's play a little bit of his thing for you. You'll get an idea of what he's like. But he's going around preaching that anybody that does anything to do with flat Earth is part of this cult. So
that they're going to fully push that after December.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be their Netflix. It's going to be huge for them.
Yeah. And I'm going to take it back a little bit and show you this is his analogy for gravity. All right. This is what he compared it to, a foosball table. Weird.
Feet to not only cancel but overcome the downward force on the head, actually drawing it upward instead. It's similar with buoyancy. To make something float, all you need is a fluid around it that's heavier. And note, fluid can mean either liquid or gas. So that
now how does the fluid around the balloon make it rise again? Never mind. Sorry.
Heavier fluid forces its way into the space underneath the object, pushing the object upward. If the fluid starts out above the object, the two masses will exchange places,
Just like if you...
It's density. That's what we told him the first time he asked. But he's got to add gravity to it. So he's trying to make everybody that believes in RDD into a cult. And then take you back to his other video. He actually has one where he calls us a cult, and he actually took Blastoid and clipped him out and said he was a cult leader. So it's kind of strange.
I accept obscurity as...
Let's see if you guys can see that. Yeah, it's on there. All right. Yeah, he kind of made me mad. He was on a debate earlier. And I was in there listening to him. He said he could debunk all the flat earth proofs. So I'm digging through his channel, trying to figure out how he's doing it. So I just don't see it.
Naive I've been. I'm starting to really understand that modern flat earth belief has features of a dangerous cult. No, it doesn't structure at all, really. However, it often does claim false divinity, imprison the mind, villainize outsiders, and separate families. I want to focus especially on that first one, false divinity, because that's at once both...
You get it right, Luke. You know where he's going with it.
Yeah.
I already went through this whole video, so I don't want to do it again. Yeah, that's a pretty neat calculator, though. I like it. Or we call it a calculator. It's probably a bit more accurate than the Gleason's is actually for a calculator. Did Ryan take off? Looks like he did.
Yeah, like 5 minutes ago or something.
It's apparently Jake the arsehole. Someone said in Vlad's chat earlier that Jake had told Jaren and some other flat earthers about this in 2017.
Really? Huh. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I've watched him go through a full flat earth model, and it actually has other predictions in it too. So him and St. Pierre went through it one night on Jaren's channel, and they actually comparably both the gold model and the flat model, and they found flaws in both. There's a lot of flaws in all the models as it goes.
Yeah, I think you just got to stay away from models, like because his son is doing some things that just it's supernatural what it's doing. Because if you look at that, if you go to Australia and you look at, if you go to the Sun Calc map and you look at Australia next to it, Australia next to New Zealand, you've got the sun rising in, say, Wellington, New Zealand, coming up from the south, coming from Antarctica, then it's leaving and setting to the south of the west, heading like 500 miles below Australia, but then you come to Melbourne in the south of Australia, and the sun's coming up from the south. So it's like each location has its own sun. So it sounds crazy. It's hard. It's hard to explain what's happening.
I've seen a couple of Evi-Core models where they have explanations for a couple of these things too. They went through the same thing back with Bob Nodell and stuff, trying to figure out.
So what I'd love to do is hey, next time if you're on one of Sov's streams,
okay,
anytime David Weiss jumps on, just jump straight on this, because this totally, not only does it debunk the globe model, but it totally debunks his app.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I have his app.
That was compromised.
The app? I don't know.
Yeah.
I can look at it and see. I still get videos from him. Yeah. Well, I know it's hooked into Facebook for a fact.
This is like Scott Level Realm is saying in the chat. He makes a good point. You see, let's see one uncut video of the sun in the sky in the south for 24 hours. Not one. And he's right. I haven't seen one.
No, I haven't seen one that hasn't
I haven't
been
seen
doctored,
one, but what I'm suggesting may be the reason is that if you go to Antarctica for work or for whatever reason, maybe you have to sign a non-disclosure to say that you cannot say or document what happens down there with the sun.
Oh, I think Scott's trying to come in, or is it Ryan? Scott's trying to come in.
Yeah, I think that would be possible. That and more.
Hey, Scott. Sorry, guys. How you doing
Yo.
tonight, Scott? Yo.
Hey, Scott.
Yo, how's it going? So,
Good. How are
How
you?
about you?
Luke, you're in Australia?
No. I'm in Thailand, but
Oh, you're
I'm from Australia.
from Australia, yeah. Because you're talking about,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we've been talking about this stuff for. I mean, I've known about Jake the asshole. I used to like him back when he was Jake the flat. Oh, he was flat Earth asshole.
Flat Earth asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way back in the day, like in 2007. Well, 2017 is when he went crazy. Remember? Not crazy,
Oh
but
yeah.
he went. He didn't go crazy.
Off the deep end.
He didn't go crazy. He got really freaked out because everybody was trying to say, that he was lying about all these things that you guys are talking about tonight. How the sun doesn't work, right?
Yep.
On the AE map, on the Gleason's AE, the circle sun map, right? Just like the guys from Awake. Roger, I haven't even told you about this, but Awake Souls, remember Awake Souls, those guys?
I'm trying to remember them. I've heard the name before.
Yeah, Awake
Probably seen
Souls.
their channel. Yeah.
They're like the they're flat earthers, but they're like anti-flat earthers. Like, it's really weird.
Okay.
Well,
I've only seen one of the guys on Nachikita's channel once or twice.
Yeah, Ronnie and Jason.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing.
Feuds.
So it's funny that you guys don't know about them that much, because like they've been pretty much like kind of like flat earth trolls, except they're flat earthers though. They've always been on like this other side of the flat earth thing. I was just calling in to ask you guys if you guys understand what magnetic declination means in the South.
Oh, yeah, I do.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why that's why when you're using your compass in the South, dude, you can't trust your compass in the South, dude. It doesn't, like, it's not the same as it is in the North.
Because it's not as strong.
So like, well, no, it changes. There's so many different areas that like your compass stops working properly, and so when you're seeing a sun rise and set in the South, it's not the same kind of thing. And that's a thing that these globers try to tell you, like, oh, well, look, everybody, they see the sun doing what. Dude, the sun has nothing to do with flat Earth, dude. In my opinion, the sun in the sky has nothing to do with it, dude.
The shape of the Earth, I totally agree.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like
100% agree. But what's happening is this final so-called, it's not an experiment, they call it the final experiment. They are saying that there's only two possible models. The mainstream globe science model, and then there's this Gleason map with the circling sun. Now, if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then it debunks that model, that map. That does not debunk flat Earth, but they're saying it will.
Exactly. That's
exactly
why right.
It's a false dichotomy.
Exactly what it is. Yes.
What's even worse than that, guys, is the Gleason's is not really a solid map. It's more of a globe projection to begin with.
Yeah, it's just a projection. Yeah,
it's a guess, isn't it? It's a rough guess at best. And so, what's the point I'm going to make? Oh, about the video. So my view is that like you mentioned, Scott, that we haven't seen any decent videos, and I think an explanation for that is that people are gagged when they go down there. If you go and work down there, or even if you go on one of these so-called vacations, you have to lock up your phone. You can't take videos. And
you know what's crazy, bro? You know what's crazy? What's your name? Luke?
Yeah.
Okay, Luke. So I actually just met this lady, and I was talking to her, and she was like, yeah, my sister works in McMurdo Base. You guys know what McMurdo Base is, right?
Yeah, we know where it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And dude, I want to talk to her about it and ask her to talk to her sister, because he calls her like, like once in a while they talk to each other.
Yeah.
And I want to know if she can ask her to pay attention, like, or just tell her, because she works there in the military. You know what I mean? Like, I want to know if she sees it 24 hours in the sky. I doubt it. I really do doubt it.
But that she'll tell the truth,
I've watched-
or that she
No,
does.
I don't think that they see it in the sky for 24 hours. I really don't.
Okay.
I think.
Do you think that the further you can see though that the further you go south, so like from where I'm from is the southern part of Australia, Victoria, and from where Jono's from the mid-north coast area of New South Wales. It's kind of the middle, probably a bit below the middle. So for him, he's seeing the sun come up about 15 degrees to the south of east, and where I'm from, people are seeing it, and what SunCalc is saying, it's more like about 30 degrees. So as you go further down south, the sunrise is more and more to the south, until eventually, we don't have eyewitness from Antarctica, but by the time you get Antarctica, now SunCalc's taking over, we're taking its word for it. It's a 24-hour sun. So there is some evidence that it's getting further and further south as you go from one part of Australia south. So
that's according to your magnetic, compass, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. You have to understand that, dude. That's about magnetism. Magnetism.
It's the maps, and the maps are based on that, right?
No, it doesn't matter about what I'm saying. Yeah, well, you're talking about a compass and a map and land masses, right? That's all we're talking about. We're talking about a compass and land masses. That means you're correlating the two. And if your compass is not working properly, like not properly, but like it changes. I think everybody just has to learn what magnetic declination.
The direction. If you're standing in Victoria, Australia, the direction east and west is not changing though. Like your compass might. Your compass will. Yes. Your compass might.
Yes.
But
your compass will.
There's a where
you're thinking like across. Think about this. You're thinking about across a land mass. So you're using the flat, like you believe that we're living on a level realm, right?
Yes.
A flat plane, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're thinking is in terms of direction. Okay. So direction is different from the magnetism of your compass. Sure. So that just like true north and real north, magnetic north and true north are two different things. Even in the north up here, there's two different things. So you have to remember that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
People don't realize that using a compass doesn't always mean what's going on with the land mass that you're looking at in directions and the degrees, like 270 and 90. You know what I mean? It's just it's not the same thing.
I think we can all agree though they're gonna come back with a video, either a really good fake or the real thing. That's what the result of this thing is going to be.
Well, they probably won't go, dude, because they never do these things.
Okay, that's interesting. I think they will, because if they don't, that's going to look bad for the globe.
Yeah. Well, who says they ain't gonna use some kind of AI video tool, whatever? Now that we got that too.
Well, if they can fake planes crashing into a building with really terrible looking,
That was a sneak attack, guys. That was it. The way I look at the declination is the way I've heard it described, because I've looked at this. We looked at FED quite some time ago. Think like a rig magnet. All right. You know how one side will pull, one side won't. I think the realm is actually set up kind of like that. It's like
yes.
That's why it detonates.
Yes. Exactly, Roger. It's like a rig magnet that's on a level plane of inertia, and it's like in the center of the power field. Yes,
Well,
I mean,
I believe there's an action like that, a pull toward the center. It'll do like a torus field would. Yeah, it has a center point. Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of the luminaries actually do what they do, especially the wandering stars. And if you ever watch anything when they do retrograde motion, which is completely impossible on a ball, you'll watch Jupiter turn around and go the other direction and come back again and go back in the middle of like the gates when they're passing through.
not Jupiter. It would be retrograde. Would be Mars.
They
right?
actually have. There's a point where Jupiter does retrograde. There's certain points in time
Really?
when it's done it. Yeah,
I never saw that.
All the
Yeah.
wondering. Yeah, but
That makes me think
I've
about
never.
the Jupiter ascending, but I don't know why I thought about that though.
Yeah,
it just popped in.
So like all the planets do this, all the wandering stars do have retrograde motion at some point. And they're trying to put it in an elliptical orbit, but it's actually above us and it's turning another direction, or either stopping one of the two while the other luminaries move.
See, that's what I was going to say, Roger. It's not stop. It's not like traveling in different directions. It's like slowing down or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like slowing and speeding up. You know what I mean? That's what I see. Like, I don't see it as like the way they say, like, it's like, I don't know. I mean, you can think whatever you want.
Yeah, you can, but it's not due to the spin of the Earth. It's what's going on in the sky. It's
obviously
it
not
doesn't work in the spin, because you won't get a retrograde motion from looking at something.
You know what's funny, Roger? I'm doing a song. I'm doing a song in 2 days. It's called "Earth Doesn't Twirl," and that's the truth. Earth doesn't twirl. You know, that song. I'll stop the world and melt with you, right?
With you? Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Now, so my song is Earth doesn't twirl, and that's the truth.
Oh, nice. Good play on words, man.
Well, it's the whole song too, but it's gonna be good, and you're gonna play it on your show no matter what, guarantee.
Okay. All right. Well, I haven't said no yet. So. Well, I've been going for 3.5 hours. I want to close down, guys. Is that all right?
Yes, mate.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't want
I was
to
just
keep you
thinking
guys.
about it for a while, but okay.
It's been a long night, but I'm only doing 2 shows a week now, so I'm going to keep it that way. They'll make them longer. Yeah. And the last night's show was really good. I liked it. We covered the recovery of the dragon. Did you see that?
No.
They had a live stream with the dragon, the SpaceX Dragon, where they had to hospitalize 2 of the astronauts that were in it. They said it caught on fire, and they made a big deal about it. I went over and got the stream.
Wait, what? What happened?
Oh, the SpaceX, the capsule came back down from orbit.
Yeah.
And they recovered it. I did a live feed for the whole thing, so we went through the whole live feed, pulled it apart. They have like edits here and there. You can find them.
Oh, did you say that people got hurt? That like supposedly hurt?
No. Well, they said they were hospitalized. That's all they said.
Oh,
we watched the astronauts get out in their Prada suits, dude. It was funny.
How did I miss this one? Wow, that's weird.
I get all NASA stuff.
I didn't see that.
Look it up. There's a thing called Crux TV. They actually are covering this stuff now. So they had NASA and SpaceX had their representatives there doing commentary while they were pulling the astronauts out of the capsule.
That was yesterday? I mean, when did this happen?
It was the day before yesterday, but I got the live feed yesterday early morning, and I watched it. But it was actually a loop feed, and they still presented it as live. It wasn't exactly live. Yeah.
What the heck, dude? I missed all of this, dude.
They're lying about it, dude. Like half their live.
Obviously, you know they're lying about it. But I mean, I missed that sounds more exciting than the political bullshit I've been hearing about. You know,
well, if you watch the video, you'll find out it's not really that exciting to watch 2 stiff astronauts in Prada spacesuits crawl. Thumbs up and wheel them off.
Dude, Roger, I learned something from you. I learned that they have etnies at Walmart now. I'm like, what? They have etnies at Walmart now?
Yeah.
I was very, very surprised by that.
They got airwalks too, and they got.
Well, I know they had airwalks
couple
like
other-
10 years ago. I was very sad
But they're
about that. I was like, they have airwalks. I used to love airwalks when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm. You were skating when you were growing up, weren't you?
Yeah, totally. That's what I was gonna say. Like, but like, dude, I knew they had airwalks, but I didn't know they had etnies.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Walmart's buying everyone.
But I mean, it's making them more affordable, man. Instead of paying $60 to $70 for a pair of skate shoes, you can buy them.
Well,
for
dude,
30.
I looked it up. I looked it up though, dude, and they had a bunch of them for like $60 or $70 still online. Like other ones, like other probably real etnies, you know, like the more like not Chinese or something, you know?
Yeah, the better made ones, American made
Yeah,
ones.
I think Taiwan. I think Taiwan is where they really make the good shoes. For real though, dude. I'm pretty. Every time
That's where Nike makes the most of their shoes and stuff too, I think.
Yeah, dude. Well, Nike kind of went to garbage too, if you really think about it.
Oh
Nike
yes,
is
it's been
kind of.
tried for many years. Try to hit a football with a Nike shoe 5 times and think the shoe's done.
Dude, I paid $126 for my first pair of New Balance. I worked my ass off and made money. I went to the mall.
Wait,
and I got
when was it? What year was this?
This was let's see, I was probably 14, 1984.
Wait, and you paid $100 and something for new? Oh, way
New
back.
Balance.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
I know
Just
what
when
New
it came
Balances
out.
are. Yeah.
I got a pair of runners, dude, and I was showing them off, man. I got these, man. Cool. I worked my ass off and bought them myself. That's the way I was taught when I was raised. If I wanted something, I knew I had to go make my money.
But dude, Roger, I see these shoes nowadays. Like my kid wants shoes like that are $200. I'm like, you are insane. No, and he does it anyway, you know. But like I see these shoes nowadays, they're like the average price is 120, like you said. But back in your day, like back in that day, that would have been like $400. You know.
Yeah, this is right during Reagan, though, dude. So
That's what I'm
the
saying.
economy was like shit. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but still, that's what I'm saying though. The inflation. I mean, think about it. If you paid $100 and something for shoes back then, like now it would be like $400 shoes. You know, like, and you saved up for freaking. Because I remember my first Airwalks were $65. They were the ones with the straps. Remember the straps over? Remember when you were like you're a skateboarder, like
Velcro straps on the top.
like when you the strap, like so your laces wouldn't wear out when you're on the ramp, right? Like when you're on a ramp.
Sorry, Jono called in the chat. Called them. He said we called them air wank.
Air wank.
Air wank.
Yep.
But I remember though, Roger, I saved $65, 65, and you saved 120 something when you were younger than me. You know, I mean, like before me. That's crazy. That's a lot of money.
Well, how old are you, Scott?
I'm 47.
You're not too much younger than me. I'm 54. So.
Yeah, you're 7 years older than me, and I'm 7 years older than Boston Ray. I'm like, Boston Ray, I can't be your dad. I'm only 7 years older than you.
Did he call you an old man or something? Like,
No, yeah, everybody calls me an old man, but he calls me. He's like, you're like my dad. I'm like, I can't be your dad. Yeah, I'm only 7 years older than you. You know, because he thinks he's still young. You know, and he wants to make fun of old.
Already in that deep voice, he feels like it's a daddy character.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really quick, if you're not gonna, are you gonna go? Because really quick, I wanted to ask.
I'm getting ready to. Go ahead.
All right, really quick. Okay, so I've noticed that you are like friendly with and I don't want to start a beef with anyone, but you're on like a Nathan Oakley team. I don't worry about nothing, but you're on Nathan Oakley's team.
I don't know if I'm on a team, but I've been.
I'm not saying a team. Yeah. I'm joking. I'm just saying.
I've been listening to Nathan Oakley for like I'd say 5 years now.
Yeah,
and
I remember Nathan Oakley from like a long time ago. Yeah, but he was kind of mean to my boy freaking Whitsitt, and like, so you don't like Whitsitt?
No, I don't say I didn't like him. No, I just he's been caught.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
He's been caught double speaking so much, and they
Oh,
try to
really?
back him down.
Yeah, hey,
Well,
they
I want
spent
to. I want to hear
they
this. I
spent
want to hear this.
3
I want to
hours
hear
on
this.
him today. Nathan Oakley, they
Well,
yeah, he'll
Doesn't it?
say one
Okay.
thing, and within the next breath, he'll say the exact opposite, dude. I've heard him say it.
Honestly, dude. Honestly, I don't know exactly what you mean, but I mean, I could tell. I mean, I could tell he's kind of a shisty kind of person. Yes, I get it.
Well,
I just,
he's a product of his environment, so we all are. But
yeah,
the
you're right.
what he does is he'll like he comes up and says, "There is no medium for light. Light is the medium." And within the next sentence, he'll say, "No, light doesn't travel through a medium. Light isn't the medium. It's the ether." That's where he keeps. And he'll change the story next week. To
Okay.
say
Well,
that
you know what that is? You know what that is, Roger? Okay. That's what that is a person that tries to be smart. I mean, not tries, but like is kind of smart, but thinks he's smarter than he really is. But in reality, he's just kind of learning that, like, oh, people think I'm smart. And so I kind of talk fast. And then, so then, but he's still trying to learn, though. He's a kid. First of all, he's a child, dude. You know what I mean? He's young. He's
yeah,
very
compared to
young.
me or you, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Well, he's
And, you
stepping
know,
into the arena with like the likes of Quantum Eraser and people that are
okay.
seasoned debaters that actually will call you out on it and you want to see a citation for your claims and they want to see proof for it. So
Yes, I
what
get
he's
that.
getting,
I get
he's
that.
getting backlash for it, dude. He's going to get more
Yeah.
backlash the more he goes. And instead of like taking a back seat and like, what do you mean by this? Explain how you know it. And like
Well,
learn
I'll be
from your
honest with
peers.
you, dude. I'll be honest with you that you know him and Jaron are they're not that good of a like couple. You know what I mean? Because like Jaron is very suspect. You know when it comes to kind of being shady. You know what I'm saying? A little
Yeah,
bit.
he's
A little
selling
bit.
Bitcoin, dude. Like,
I know.
that's what he was doing.
Roger, I hate Bitcoin. You're talking to someone that hates Bitcoin. I don't. You know, but I don't hold that against you. You might just be retarded. Like some people are just dumb or something. You know what I mean? Like. Or just they're not trying. See, I don't think that everyone's trying to do things. I think they're just like like people aren't. They're just kind of under a spell. They're under some kind of spell.
Well, 90% of the world population, it's probably closer to 70%. They exaggerate, but let's say 50% of the world's population took an experimental medication for a cold.
Yeah, for a cold, exactly. That's what I'm saying, brother. Dude, that's what I'm saying. So, what do you expect from people? What do you expect?
Exactly. And
Look,
people, and they were warned as well. So not only were they when they were warned, they doubled down on it. Well, if that guy's telling me I shouldn't do it, and I should question it, I'm definitely going to do it now because that guy said 9/11 was an inside job.
Oh no.
Yeah, this reminds me of what my dad told me. I said, "Take your mask off." After it was a while after nobody was wearing a mask in this building, right? But my dad was older, and I said, "Dad, take your mask off." He goes, "No. Do you want me to die?" And I go, "Oh." I go, "Oh, you really are under the spell, dude." I mean, it's kind of sad, but I expected it because they believe in voting. You know what I mean? If you believe in voting, come on, dude. What's going on with you? What's going on?
Oh, you
That's
got to
all I'm
realize
saying.
politicians are lying. And I know she said something about payday Monsanto.
Yeah, it was really good. It's a good song, and he has good songs. I'm not repping Payday, but his beats are really good, and his rapping. I mean, his stuff is pretty good, dude. And Roger, you always play good songs. Every freaking show, I look at I miss your show, and I look it up. I look up your first song, and I go, haha, yes,
Nice.
another good song. Because Roger knows good music. In my opinion, it doesn't mean all you guys believe in that.
No,
it just
and
means,
I didn't ask him to. Yeah, that would be kind of cult-like, wouldn't it? You got to like the music. Ooh.
I'm a musician, so I just love music. So I love when people like good music. And I've noticed that most non-musicians, like the people that are like truthers, they get it too, though. They get good music. Where did Ryan go?
Well, I got to go grab something real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
Okay.
See, Roger always says he's going to stop the show, and then he keeps going. It's a thing. I've noticed.
He's going to shut the show. He doesn't.
So where did you say you're at now? It's Luke, right?
Yeah.
So you're not in
Thailand.
Oh, Thailand.
Where in Thailand?
It's like Nachiketa. Nachiketa was in Thailand.
No, he was in India.
Oh yeah,
India.
Oh,
he was like near Nepal, somewhere up there, really.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The north part of India, I believe.
Oh, what do you think about this upward rising Earth thing?
All I'll say is if they try and compare, stationary Earth people with
I'm a stationary Earth person.
Yeah, so am I. But they're like, it's just you're just like a glober, We're showing you the evidence. I go, no, water being flat is a lot better evidence than what you're showing me for the upward rising Earth. I'm open to it. I'm willing to look at their experiments. I think their experiments are showing by some guy dropping a slinky in his backyard is a bit average. I want to see something a bit more substantial.
Well, you
upward rising Earth, you say?
Yeah.
Scott just asked me what I thought about the upward rising Earth, and I'm saying just show me some decent.
There's no.
Observe. What can I observe? I can observe water flat. I can see the horizon. When I go up in an aeroplane, I can see the horizon rising at eye level. I can be in Thailand and see islands that are 30 miles away that should be nearly under the curve. So I can see it's flat. That's really easy to observe. And now the sun's not got to do with flat, but I have beautiful pictures of sun rays. So the sun's not doing what they're saying it's doing. So that's really easy for me to observe. But this upward rising thing, I can't feel it. I can't observe it. And the experiments you're showing me don't make sense. So that's my thoughts on it.
I got an experiment for you.
I agree with what you said.
Go to a plane, jump out, and then pull a parachute. See what happens. Now, if you're going to, claim the upward rising Earth thing,
you would be dead. You would be dead.
Yeah, well, it's not. You won't.
You would be
you don't
dead.
Have any gravity. Yeah, so you're going to hit the ground.
No matter what.
There's no weight. Yeah, no weight to it at
all. It would rise so fast that you would just be dead.
Well, you see, here's the claim. I'll give it to you. That there's a gradient, like a density gradient, and the Earth is rising, pushing everything down. So the gradient's what slows you down. But what it is you get stuck in each gradient. In upward rising Earth theory,
you just hear what you just said? You just said that the gradient.
Yeah, I know.
The gradient, just like the freaking gradient.
That's what they believe, dude.
I know, but I get it. They're trying to say that the wind is like it's almost like upward rising wind too. Because think about it though. Think about this, dude. Think about this though, for real. So the sun and the moon and the stars are all going up at the same rate. Think about that.
It, dude. Yeah.
And the dome and the firmament.
Yep. The whole thing.
Everything. Yeah. Everything is moving up, dude. No. I mean, come on.
This is Einstein, dude, by the way.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one. Like when a globe is sort of waking up, they always ask this question. Like, so why is it? Who cares what the shape of the Earth and why would they hide it? Like, who cares, right? So the answer is, well, they're hiding creation. They're hiding God. Other people will use the unsubstantiated claim that they're hiding extra land, but it's really they're hiding all this fraud. Governments are in fraud. NASA, $50 million a day. That's all bullshit. All science, Big Bang, that's all gone. Evolution, that's all gone. So just massive amounts of fraud, and they're hiding evidence of God. So that's there's lots of big reasons why they would hide the shape of the Earth. But what's the point of hiding upward rising Earth? Like,
so you just said hiding God. You just said hiding God, and honestly, I think that that's really one of the most important parts. Is
Yeah,
they're
well,
hiding
you
the
knew-
fact that
Yeah.
they're
That's
hiding
my
the fact
thought.
that God really made this place, and He made it perfectly the way that He did, and they don't want that, dude. Like they really like Copernicus and freaking Newton and all those jackasses. They wanted to hide God, dude. They tried so hard. They've been trying and trying to make it seem like we're not created. And yes, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see, the principle for the upper rising Earth came from Einstein and his equivalency theory. And believe it or not, Einstein wrote both sides of this fence. I've heard old timers here actually say that he was a flat earther. I've talked to people in universities up here in Denver, and some of the old timers, they think he was.
Who Einstein?
Well, he was in on it. He must
Listen,
have been in on it.
Einstein, dude, come on. Einstein's a retard.
So he would know.
Right?
No kidding.
He's a retard, though. Like, he's just not smart, dude.
Well,
he wasn't smart at all, dude.
He's a puppet. He's just a puppet.
Yeah,
but
he got paid to do it. So
he's a puppet that's not very smart. Why are we even talking about Einstein? Oh, I forgot. Because of relativity. Dude.
Yeah, well, he came up with the equivalency theory where he actually thought the ground rose up and he watched the guy fall off a building.
That's where the that's where the freaking the flat earth
God.
What is it called? The mainstream flat earth thing? Society. We don't have
society.
I don't have time for the flat earth society because I want to hang out. I mean, come on, dude. With my boyfriend Michael. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I can see for miles and miles.
Dude, can you believe he even said that? Sometimes I used to think back in the day, Roger, think about this. I used to think they were doing deep fakes back in the day because that was like in 2012 or something. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, wait, did they do deep fakes back then?
I'm sure they did. Like anything, they can manipulate anything on television and the news. So yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like when I see clips of these people that are showing me things from, I don't know. We should probably do a whole show. I don't know, whatever. I mean, I'll do a whole show with you about. I want to hear about your first awakening, like when you first realized like we're being lied to and stuff like that.
Well, it was around third grade when they told me about gravity and how it works.
But see, Roger, this is a whole story because I remember feeling the same way like when I was a kid. And, like, dude, it's crazy. We should do that one time.
Oh yeah.
Well, everyone calls in and tells you about how you felt when I first learned about like how satellites were going around. I'm like, no, they're just free falling around the globe. I'm like, that doesn't check out for me. And I was like a kid, dude.
I want to check.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I've been going 4 hours, so I'm going to call her tonight.
Okay, all right, man.
We'll let you go, mate.
Peace, brother.
I'll be on next Thursday, and you can stop by and we can have a talk like this. We can set this up. That good?
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me. All right,
sounds good, guys.
Play a song out and end this
later.
All right. Night, guys.
Yep.
Mastodon?
You don't like them?
Dude, I love Mastodon.
I love them too. They're good.
Dude, I gotta tell you something about Mastodon.
Okay. Hang out after the show, and we'll talk.
I'll stay on.
Okay.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Mastodon does have a little grip on some things, but they did that with Lamb of God, so I like that song.
Yeah,
nice.
I see.
Can I unmute now?
No, you can.
Hey, good
I'm gonna end the
job.
stream, guys. Good night, everybody.